or I'll get in trouble.
This might be awkward. Stephen Stewart, partner at Shoesmiths. I'm a lawyer for the last 11 years, specialising in planning law.
Michael Beattie, Director at GIA Surveyors, a firm of surveyors specialising in daylight and sunlight, and I looked at daylight and sunlight on the application.
Murray Henderson, architect with House Architects, architect for the project.
Helen Turnbull, ICD Projects.
Ian Gallagher, Director with ICD Projects on behalf of the applicant.
Nick Walker, Director, Built Heritage and Townscape at ICD Projects.
Aidan Ball-Albasar, Built Heritage and Townscape at ICD Projects.
Thank you. And the council?
Hello, I'm Sarah Shaw. I'm Head of Planning at Glasgow City Council.
And Nicola Marr, Case Officer at Glasgow City Council.
And Historic Environment Scotland, please.
Louisa Hunn, Historic Environment Scotland.
And Tom Parnell, Historic Environment Scotland.
Thank you. And Glasgow School of Art?
Eleanor McGuinness, Director of Estates and Infrastructure at Glasgow School of Art.
I'm Elizabeth Smith, Director at Purcell Architects and Heritage Consultants.
I'm Jim Grimley, Director at Hall Architects.
Dan Lister, Director of Lighting Practice Leader at ARIS.
Paul Adams, Partner with Thornton's Law.
And Terry Porter, Porter Planning.
Thank you very much, everybody. As you'll notice, I'm doing this the old-fashioned way with a pen and paper, so I think I've got that, but if not, we do have the recording for me. Check that back. And when I circulate, well, when you, when you see that back, there'll be an accurate record. So thank you. Before we get underway, I will take a moment to go through a little housekeeping. So in the case of a fire, if there is a fire alarm, it's a loud continuous bell. Everybody must evacuate using the stairs outside. Basically, the nearest escape stairs, I don't think anybody requires assistance. If you do, there are temporary waiting spaces on each level and an emergency call point in each of these points. There's no smoking on the site. Toilets are on every floor near the lifts. Catering for drinks and refreshments are on level 0, 2 and 6. We do hope to have some water for people. It is on the way, and I appreciate that can be useful when you're trying to give your evidence. I've not planned a specific slot for a break this morning, but I will identify an appropriate point to pause in about an hour and a half, if necessary, or when we come to a natural break in proceedings. I hope the session will conclude before lunch, because we have another session this afternoon, as you'll be aware. If for any reason it looks like we won't get through the agenda by 1 o'clock, I'll pause proceedings and we'll make arrangements to conclude the meeting virtually at the soonest opportunity. If anybody does need to take a short break at any time, please do let me know and we'll look to pause at a convenient point. Does this sound reasonable? Yeah. Okay, thank you. So in terms of the agenda for this morning, as you'll be aware, today's oral session was arranged so that I can clarify some points regarding the potential impacts of the proposed development on the special character of the Macintosh building. And this afternoon, we're going to turn our attention toward the setting of the building. For the avoidance of doubt in our discussions, I'm interested in the use and characteristics of the building prior to the fire taking place. I do appreciate the position of the applicant regarding the implications of the present condition of the building. And I will take this position fully into consideration when I'm preparing my report for ministers. So my focus on the matters set out in the agenda doesn't indicate that other matters are less important in any way, relating either to the Macintosh building or indeed to other issues or topic areas. It's simply that these are the matters for which I feel that I require some additional information for my own certainty. For the sake of those attending the hearing or following along online who have not been through the process before, I want to be clear regarding the purpose of today's session. It's not the aim of the hearing for participants to convince me that their argument is right and the other side is wrong. The purpose of the hearing is for me to fully understand the position of parties so that I can accurately relay that to Scottish ministers so that they're fully informed when they ultimately take their decision. Parties will note that we do have the microphones and cameras in the room today. The hearing is being streamed by DPA and it will be available for viewing by the public afterwards. In attending the hearing, you're agreeing to be recorded as described. If you're uncomfortable with this, you can leave the meeting and rest upon your written submissions. I've already mentioned the microphones. When it's your turn to speak, you press the button and you press it again to deactivate. I do have a bing bong button that is Heidi High, apparently. So if I need to take people's attention, I'll press that. I'm not being rude, but it stops me trying to shout. So I've spoken already about moving the microphones by the base. If we have any technical issues, everything seems to be working okay at the moment, but we do have two IT specialists with us. So if we can't resolve something instantly, we may need to pause just for a few moments to get things back underway. I did want to take the opportunity before starting to thank all parties for the comprehensive nature of your hearing statements. As you can see from the agenda, this has allowed me to narrow things down to quite a tight focus. That's not always the case with these sessions, I can assure you. I think that the reason we can get through such a complex issue in such a short period is testament to the quality of those submissions. So given the complexity of the subject matter and the fact that I've set a narrow focus, I'm going to be inviting participants to lodge closing submissions in writing. So this will give parties the opportunity to provide written evidence in response to any specific points raised within the hearing statements of the other individuals, and also any matters that are raised today. I can confirm the closing submissions will be attached to my report to ministers as well, along with your hearing statements, so that they're fully informed about your positions. If after our discussion I feel that any additional information is required, I'll let parties know. In terms of timetables for closing submissions, I'm going to propose the Council, HES and the School of Art submit their statements within 14 days, which would be the 3rd of February, and then the applicant 2 weeks thereafter. Can I just check that this sounds like something that parties would welcome? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. We also have an accompanied site inspection scheduled for tomorrow. We'll discuss the arrangements for that during item 6 on the agenda today. Before we start, does anybody have any questions about the process for today or the background to today's session? No? Excellent, thank you. So can I ask everybody to ensure mobile phones are on silent? And we're going to move on to item 2 on the agenda, which is the special character of the Macintosh building. So this section of the agenda focuses upon the special character of the building. In preparing the agenda, I've set out my questions in such a manner that it'll allow me to more fully understand the position of parties and gain clarity on some matters where things weren't 100% clear to me. Before we start, can I just ask, I'll start with HES and Glasgow School of Art. Will you be referring to any specific documents so that we can have them ready when we come to it?
Yes, we do have some documents here.
Sir, we have a document that witnesses will be referring to throughout the sessions. It basically compiles some evidence previously submitted together with some visuals which make it easier for people to see in person. We have a copy for each party, so we can circulate those now with...
Yeah, that would be ideal. Thank you very much. And are there any documents that have already been submitted in particular that the applicant will be referring to that we need to have available to us? Perfect, thank you. And the council? No? Okay, thank you very much. So throughout this session, as I said, I'm going to be taking notes with my pen and paper. I might ask you to pause or slow down. That's for me to make an accurate note. As I've said, we will have the recording to turn to. So even if I am pressed and it looks like I'm not writing things down when you're making a valid point, it's because I am just trying to take it in, and I'll be referring back to the recording when I prepare my report. Please also remember that there's no cross-examination during today's session. Relevant comments or questions that don't repeat a position already expressed within your hearing statement are going to be welcomed. However, these should be directed through myself. You'll see from the agenda where I'm going to invite comments from other parties, but I do fully intend to enable everybody to speak on any point that they desire. As I stated earlier, there'll also be opportunity to respond through the closing submissions. So, given the time frame we've got today, I'd appreciate if interjections were kept to a minimum. It is fine to rely on the evidence you've already submitted. You'll no doubt hear things today that you disagree with. That's why we're here. And I do expect all parties to be treated with respect and given the opportunity to speak without interruption. Okay, so I'm now going to turn to the agenda. And I'm going to ask Historic Environment Scotland and or Glasgow School of Art, in whichever order you prefer, to talk me through what is known regarding the original selection of the site, the design brief for the building and the context of the site at the time of construction, and in particular how the topography and the built environment at the time influenced the form of the building. So I'll turn over to yourselves. Thank you.
So just starting with the first question about the original selection of the site. We don't actually really know, there isn't any particular evidence about why they chose that site, so or at least not as far as I've seen, and I suppose I should preface what I'm saying is that I've only been able to rely on secondary sources, so there are kind of things in the School of Art minutes that I haven't seen, so I'm just relying on what other books have said about that. So kind of before, from 1869, the School of Art was located in the McClellan Galleries, which was basically just one block over, east on Sauchiehall Street. And by the late 1880s, that accommodation was generally recognised as being insufficient. But they did recognise that being in an art gallery was a benefit to the students. So there was an initial idea that the art school would move to the proposed new Kelvin Grove Gallery, but that was eventually rejected by the City Council, I think. So the 1893 to 4OS maps show that there weren't really very many gap sites in that kind of west part of Glasgow. There are really only a handful of them that were sort of broadly about the right size, and I expect, I don't know how many of them were actually available or, facing in in the right direction. So the Renfrew Street site was just one block away, so still very close to the McClellan Galleries, and was available for sale. It was quite awkward shaped site, as you've probably seen, so and so I suspect also it might have been quite cheap. And so the site was purchased for the Glasgow School of Art by the Bella Houston Trust in 1895, and the Bella Houston Trust is a charitable trust that was to promote kind of endow educational institutions, particularly those that gave technical and scientific instruction. So,
that's great, thank you very much.
Do you have anything to?
Thank you. Louise has covered much of what I'd like to highlight, and just to reiterate the point, we have been looking at sources, both books and the minutes which we think exist of the Governor's meetings, to determine that gift, we think, of the site from the Bella Houston trustees to the Board of Governors. I think you rightly say it might have been a tricky site. For the School of Art, it was in fact ideal, given its orientation towards the North Light and its aspect placed at the top of the slope, which gave it a sort of cultural and symbolic significance for this new School of Art. So I think those are the key factors we'd like to underline.
And you said there that I'm the first to get it wrong. So you said there that there was advantages identified in having the School of Art within a gallery. So at the time of construction, the function of the building as a gallery was equally as important as the school. Is that what you're trying?
I don't think that there was an intention that the School of Art would act as an art gallery. It was more just that proximity to other works of art was considered. A lot of art teaching at that time was based on looking at existing works of art. So I think that's more the thing. So being still in close proximity to the McClellan Gallery would have still been an advantage. And I suppose that there was an intention to then that gallery, that the city's art collection would be moving to the Kelvin Grove, which is why they had considered moving with the into the Kelvin Grove, but that hadn't been built yet. It was just under construction, kind of sort of in the process at the time that this move was made.
Okay, thank you. And the second part of that there that I've said is talking me through what's known about the design brief for the building, and how the topography and form of the site influenced.
Okay. So the design brief is contained in, so there's an architectural competition for designing the building. It's a limited competition, and a number of architects are invited to submit plans, and that was, so there was a design brief within the competition conditions that was dated June 1896. And that document is available online, and we can also provide you a printout of that if you would like that. So the brief was very specific about the accommodation to be provided, talked about the requirements of the sizes of the rooms, and which directions they were to face. And the brief also included a plan and 4 topographical sections. So a bit later on, you wanted more information about kind of the requirements of light for that, so I'll come on to that later on.
Thank you again. I think I endorse all of that. We do, as you say, have a very detailed brief, the conditions of competition. We know that that was developed from national guidelines, which were issued by the Department of Science and Art at the time, a government department, Active 1853 to 99. So lots of that was sort of best practice in terms of designing an art school, and it was very clearly laid out within that brief. But there were also moments, of course, when Mackintosh deviated from that brief. So there was a stipulation in the brief that the south elevation have no windows. But in fact, part of the genius of the design is that there is a variation and a building upon the brief.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have anything more to add at that point?
Now I was going to move on to the next section. So the question about the context of the site at the time of construction, if you'd like me to do that.
Yeah, that would be ideal, thank you.
So there isn't very much documentary evidence about Mackintosh's personal intentions. So our best evidence is what can be deduced from the design of the building itself, and from other examples of Mackintosh's work and from contemporary norms and expectations. And I think it's worth bearing in mind that the principal drivers of the design of the building were the competition brief itself, and an extremely limited budget. But it is clear that Mackintosh responded to the steeply sloping site, and you can see kind of other ways that he responded to the site as well. So as we mentioned in our hearing statement at paragraph 2.5.1, Mackintosh considered beauty to be a really important factor, and he thought that utilitarian buildings discourteously ignore a basic human need for beauty. And in that, so that's from a lecture that he gave in 1892, I think. He was specifically referring to streetscape at this point, and emphasised the fact that new buildings should harmonise with the existing ones, noting that in extreme cases failure to do that is curbed by law, and most rightly. It's reasonable to assume that he would have gone as far as he could to abide by that, but obviously, you know, he had to build a building that was, you know, there's quite specific conditions around. So in thinking about how he responded to the surrounding buildings, I'm not aware of anything that's written about that, but I think the observations that you might make of the kind of surrounding conditions. The Glasgow School of Art, it's considerably taller than the surrounding buildings that existed at the time, which were domestic townhouses and tenements, mostly 3 to 4 stories high. And although it's 2 stories to pavement level on Renfrew Street, if you look at that, that really dwarfs the surviving 4-story tenement on the other side of the road on Dalhousie Street. So the townhouses opposite on the north side of Renfrew Street that originally existed there, I think they were 2 or 3 story. Doesn't really look as if he made any particular concessions to those houses. And I think that actually the height of the building and particularly the huge north windows would have seemed quite out of scale with those townhouses. However, he did include a set in the second phase, the attic story is set back, so that would have reduced the visual kind of further visual impact on those particular houses. The art school is set back from the pavement, so respecting the existing domestic building line to the east and west. So the houses were all built with basement areas in front of them. But it's worth noting that that was a requirement of the competition conditions. It's actually shown on the site plan for the competition. And that arrangement also then allowed the basement studios to be top lit. The design of the east elevation is more domestic in scale, resulting partly from the need to light the mezzanine levels on the south half of the building. And that creates a more sympathetic scale to the tenements opposite, and also the sort of level of decoration on that side also provides them with a more attractive outlook. So that might have been one of the considerations in kind of focusing a lot of the decorative elements on that part of the building. But quite how far you would want to push that, we wouldn't want to go too far with that, but it might have been one consideration amongst many. So a similar approach to the east elevation was proposed for the west, but in terms of kind of considering the buildings opposite on Scott Street, that was a bit less important. By 1890, there weren't any domestic buildings actually facing Scott Street, except for the side elevation of the run of tenements that went along Renfrew Street to the west. So the other buildings were either in commercial use or sort of public use. There was a temperance hall and kind of some studios and things like that. It's noticeable that on the northwest side of the kind of north side of the west elevation, Mackintosh includes domestic scaled oriel windows into the architecture studio, and then face the lower part of that kind of side of the elevation in ashlar. The 1897 proposal for the west elevation was much plainer with just one window in the basement. So it's once again, it's possible that that change might in part have been to avoid presenting a completely blank wall to the tenement opposite. It's not very clear to me that the south elevation particularly responds to the buildings on Sauchiehall Street, except for responding to the constraint of the panorama building. So in particular around that, the southwest light well was positioned where the buttresses, 2 of the buttresses of the panorama building actually intruded into the site. And the southwest light rail was originally, is positioned in front of that, so there's a step back in the building. But when when phase 2 actually kind of in phase 1, that was moved forward, so that part of the building was actually kind of basically the buttresses were fitted into the wall. So on the site, as you know, it's a really steeply sloping site, and varied in steepness. So at the as well as kind of the panorama, there was quite a big sort of cutout in the ground around the panorama building. So there's a really quite steep drop that varied between about 30 to 45 degrees on the site. So that kind of really presented quite a challenge to the building on that site, and meant that there had to be a retaining wall built and kind of the ground built out back out, so that they could take advantage of that. The site itself was pretty much empty at the time that the School of Art built, never been built on, except there was kind of maybe some sheds in one corner of it. But the west half of it had been gardens. To originally on Sauchiehall Street there'd been a couple of villas on the southern part of that site, of the application site, and the garden of one of those stretched back up, but apart from that was kind of basically never built on ground. I think, do you want me to go any further?
Well, I think before we've already touched on the south elevation there, but I think I'll just go to the applicant so that we don't go too far, to see if there's anything that you want to add at this stage, which is just talking about the context for the build and the site conditions.
Yeah, just starting off, I'd like to discuss the map of 1909, which describes the area as the Garnet Hill College Division, and it's worth noting that the building that was forming the competition was going to be set amongst a significant number of other educational buildings within the area, at the top of a steeply sloping site and at a transition point between Sauchiehall Street and the cusp of the hill. And with that in mind, the school very much faces onto Garnet Hill and Garnet Hill College Division. I'd agree that the context within which the school was set was rapidly changing as the city expanded and grew with wealth. And with that in mind, Sauchiehall Street itself was changing. And yes, there were a number of villas that were disappearing. It's good to recognise, obviously, directly opposite the school we had on the other side of Renfrew Street, 3-storey townhouses. I think it's also important to reiterate that the diorama was there first and was built in 1868, preceded the Macintoshes' first phase, and finally I would just like to touch back on the rules of the competition, and a reminder that the competition was very much based on the philosophy of art schools at the time, eschewing south light and bringing in as much north consistent light as possible. Rule 2 was very much related to staying within the defined lines, specifically to avoid prejudicially affecting the buttresses of the adjacent diorama, which has been touched on. And again, Rule 8 about the south elevation, which was not to have any lights in the walls in a line, except perhaps on the uppermost floors as a result of legal ancient lights constraints and proximity to neighbouring developments, which were enforced legally at that time, possibly thinking about the growing nature of the city and the changing heights along Sauchiehall Street.
Thank you. Is there anything you'd like to say there?
I think just kind of coming back to the south side of the building. So the the condition that Nick just mentioned, number 8, that talked about windows on the south side. So that was actually on the building line. So it's not like no windows on the south elevation at all, just that any windows would have to be set back, which is why you've got these 2 light wells. And I think that I've kind of been wondering, so it's quite noticeable that, and maybe come back to this later on, but it's quite noticeable that in the development of the design of the south elevation, it starts off, so the earliest drawing we've got is one that's from March 1897, which was sent to the Department of Art and Science, government department, basically partially financing the building, which I presume is very similar to the competition entry, if not exactly the same. And that has no windows on any of the parts of the south elevation that are on the building line. But as the design of the building developed, that changed quite significantly. So even kind of by sort of the autumn of that year, windows were then kind of included in the central block. But I think, and then obviously when phase 2 came to be built, there seems to be a complete ignoring of this restriction of having windows facing into that site. So I'm sort of wondering why that might have been. I think that the panorama building took up its whole site and the full depth of its site, and was a well-established entertainment venue. So possibly one of the reasons why Mackintosh and the School of Art felt more able to put windows onto that, onto the western end of the south elevation, the kind of return of the library wing, is because maybe they felt the risk of that getting built upon was fairly low. Whereas at the eastern end of the site, on Sauchiehall Street, there was a row of shops, but there was quite a bit of space behind those shops. I think that this realistic possibility of a new building being built up against that eastern gable was a lot greater.
Anything else?
Just to mention, and indeed that eastern gable was built against with the ABC2, but what did remain was those flurries of detail at the very top at roof level, which had been anticipated.
Okay, thank you. So what I was going to do there was shift attention to the south elevation, but we've already gone into that. So, and you've already talked me through what the main drivers were for it being so different. I think that I think that for myself, though, realising that the brief was following the national guidelines and good practice at the time, that was, as you were saying, eschewing the light from the south and was focusing more on northern light, it's good for me to appreciate that. But yeah, if you have anything else, because as I was saying, I think I had mentioned in my agenda, sorry, I have my own questions in this one, and I have to follow up in case you don't come on it through here. And I noticed about the asking whether it was reasonable to conclude that the size and location of the windows in the south elevation was crucial to a specific function because of the elaborate decorative nature of the other elevations. So yeah, if there's anything on that you'd like to speak on, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, so I got a bit more to say on, because your first question was why the south elevation is so different, so I've got a bit more to say on that, if that's okay. I think it's worth noting that all the elevations are very different to one another, and indeed a criticism at the time of building was made in that regard. And I think that you could also reasonably argue that the south elevation actually has more in common with the east and west elevations than, particularly the kind of castle-like forms, than those side elevations have with the north elevation. The southwest return, so the kind of south side of the library block, that's a really important element of the composition of the west elevation. So those two very definitely go together. And that's generally considered to be the finest part of Mackintosh's exterior and demonstrating his development as an architect. As Nick has also just mentioned, the southeast return, despite its very minimal detailing, clearly relates to the east elevation. And I think that Mackintosh's effective handling of some really very sparse detailing indeed is sort of a quite good demonstration of his architectural detailing, that architectural genius, that, you know, really by kind of putting in a parapet and a sort of quasi dormer window, that, you know, he's turned a blank elevation into a castle-like form. You know, really in pretty much the cheapest way possible. And then, as we covered, the lower part of that elevation has been left blank in compliance with the competition conditions. The choice of rendered brickwork, I think, is a really conscious one by Mackintosh. There's clearly an element of economy there. But he is seen to favour render in many of his other buildings, so particularly at Hill House, but also at Willow Tea Rooms and kind of a number of other as his domestic buildings. Render wouldn't have been considered acceptable for a street-facing elevation for a public building at this point. And indeed, a bit late, kind of sort of in the, I'm not quite sure when this started, but certainly by the 1930s, there was an outright ban on the use of render in the city centre, because it wasn't considered sort of dignified enough. But render would have also been a fairly unusual choice for a rear elevation in Glasgow at that time. So brick or glazed brick would have been a more common choice. And actually, for a building that is quite visible in the townscape, you know, you might also expect it to have just been built out of stone as well. So I think that there's both an aesthetic choice and a driving of economy, kind of trying to keep things cheap. So the central portion of the south elevation, which includes the light wells, might look fairly functional, but it's nevertheless been really carefully composed. And as I said, there was quite considerable design evolution of the design of that elevation. So I've said that the drawings sent to the Department of Art and Science were very plain and functional, but during the course of the building of the first phase, windows were added to the central projection. And then also the shape of the corridor windows that are recessed into the light well were changed from conventionally proportioned rectangles to high-level horizontal sort of lights at the top. So I think that there would have been probably both an aesthetic choice of the appearance outside, but also in doing that, you would then maximise the amount of wall space that you could actually use, you know, sort of usable wall space, because instead of having the window coming down, you've got it high up where nobody could reach to put things anyway. So I think those are all really important. And then moving on to your question about the specific size and location of each windows, I think the broad answer to, you know, would they have been critical to the designer giving its apparent focus of function over form? Say the basic answer to that is yes. And I wouldn't agree with the implication that a focus on function over form resulted in a compromised effect. Mackintosh considered himself to be an artist, and he believed that an architect had a right to change his plans as the building work progressed, which didn't make him very popular with the building committee. If things didn't look right, he'd change them. So he was really kind of working as a painter might work, in terms of like, we'll do this, well, that doesn't look right, so we're going to paint over it, do something different. And there are plenty of stories of times where he was doing that in other parts of the building. Whether all of them are true, I'm not sure, but you know, that's certainly a big tradition of that. And the contract for the second phase very specifically sought to limit the possibility of him doing that. it basically pretty much outright banned any changes without the building committee agreeing to them. And the suggestion is that they probably wouldn't be agreeing to them. As I said, he believed that beauty was important, and he was also, because of the limited budget, he was very constrained in the amount of decorative detail that he could use. So he was obliged to focus on the proportions of the building and the window openings in particular to achieve an architectural effect. And I think that sort of already said this, but I think that the changes that he made between the design and construction of phase one indicates that he was actively thinking about both the external appearance of the building and the impact of the window placement in lighting the interior. So yeah, I think that's about that.
And does the applicant agree with these points?
Yes. Are we able to add? Yeah. Thank you. I think it's important to think about the site, the design, economics, particularly the site, and Louisa, it's good that you touched on the rear elevation and the front elevations, also motivated by the costs involved. The original building went considerably over budget, hence why it was built in 2 phases, and was actually raised at the time by the competition entries as being an issue. It was supposed to be a plain building and functional, but there is obviously a hierarchy in terms of the treatment of the elevations, which ties into the design of art schools at the time. So obviously onto Renfrew Street we've got the main elevation, which faces onto Garnet Hill, which is the north-facing studios, which get the majority of, or get all of the consistent north light, which is ideal for painting, and is much better than the south light, which changes. So there is a hierarchy there. How that then changes from phase 1 to phase 2 obviously ties in with a 10-year time period, and Mackintosh developing as an architect. But the rear elevation is finished in more economic materials, which is brick covered in render in Hull, with a recognition that that is rear elevation and is perhaps not addressing streets, and is perhaps not acceptable for a public facade. And indeed, at the time that the building was completed, it was seen as being austere and functional, and locally perceived at the time as an affront to the face of Glasgow, is what is recorded. So there are some things that need to be taken into consideration. I suppose the fourth thing to take into consideration is the art school design had to change because of changes in regulations, and the original first phase of the building was built with a single timber stair, and as the fire regulations changed, and indeed problematic at the time it opened, secondary stairs had to be added to both the east end of the building in front of the boardroom, which affected some of the light into that boardroom, and to the west wing. And through that, areas such as the hen run and loggia, which connected the 2 sides of the building together, came into being.
I'm just being advised that the audio is quite low, so we'll need to speak up slightly. Sorry, I'm just finishing off writing what you're saying there. Thank you very much.
And in terms of the plan is very clear that the north studios occupy the majority of the front of the building. Circulation happens at the very centre of the building, and then ancillary spaces are located at the south of the building in the majority, where inconvenient south light has been kept out.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to allow you to come back on those points.
Yeah, I think in terms of the south elevation, it's quite important. We've talked about how the conditions were different at the east end and the west end. They very much were. important cultural building at the West End. There was an empty site at the East End, so the Macintosh's response is different to both of those. But I think if we look at the brief again, yes, absolutely, the studios were, Newbury said they should be receiving north light, but there were quite a number of spaces that he talked about that had to receive good light, but not necessarily north light. So the spaces that face south or have windows to the south include the loggia, the corridors, which the brief notes should receive good light for the display of work. They were as much display spaces as circulation spaces. The conservatory for growing botanical specimens, the hen run, which was one of his very clever moves when he added the second stage. The library faces onto the south elevation. The senior architecture studio, sunlight is very useful in architecture for particularly pre-computer days when you're modelling space. And then lower down, the anatomy studio and the life modelling studio, both of which are spaces where you're studying human form, one way you're drawing it, one way you're modelling it, where actually you want strong contrasting light to reveal those forms. So yes, well, the brief said you must put many of the studios on that side. Macintosh was very clever in the way he disposed of the other spaces on the south elevation. When you look at the south elevation, there are 21 different sizes and types of windows. If he was trying to just do the cheapest thing possible, he would have put in, I imagine, the same window type across the entire elevation. That's what you do when you're trying to make something very cheap, and it doesn't matter to you terribly much. But then if you look at those window sizes into those individual spaces, he's creating architectural events throughout the building. All of the corridors are different to each other. They are each an architectural event. The loggia is absolutely an architectural event. The library, of course, as we know, one of the most important spaces in Western architecture. So he was very carefully designing those windows to create atmospheres within those spaces. And the type and amount of light, the quality of the light, was critical to the atmospheres that he was trying to create. And although the elevation wasn't terribly brilliantly received at the time, like many of Macintosh's buildings and designs weren't, subsequently many authors, including experts like Andrew Macmillan, who was the professor of architecture there, who really was an expert, wrote and lectured extensively on Macintosh. He talked about the western end of the south elevation as presenting a gift to the public, presenting something beautiful to the public, reinforcing Louise's point there. Ranald Lawrence notes that it's in the south elevation that Macintosh reveals his full development as an architect and the evolution of this building from the inside out. In a way, the north elevation is easy. It's great big windows for studios. The south elevation is a much trickier thing to design, especially with the constraints that were put on Macintosh. And finally, I would say if he had just obeyed the brief and put no windows on that elevation, we would have not had one of the greatest spaces that Western architecture has ever seen.
So just going back there slightly, I'm aware that the brief required well-lighted corridors. I was just coming back to what was said about it was the need due to the change of regulations that introduced the hen run in those spaces. Was the brief for the second phase, was it the same brief with the same requirements?
There was accommodation added. The school was very popular, the demand was great, so accommodation was added when in the second phase. We don't have a written brief for the second phase, but we know accommodation was added because the attic studios at the second floor level, which necessitate the hen run because you can't get over the director's studio, and yes, the stairs were required for fire escape. But he used those and the windows on those to enable sunlight to penetrate deep into the plan and enliven those spaces.
Would you like to add anything there? Or can I just ask you to turn off the microphone? Sorry.
Yeah, there's no doubt that Macintosh was a genius in working within very constrained parameters on the rear elevation, and did the best that he could with the rules that were set for him and the likelihood of the site next door being developed. I think there is a hierarchy in terms of light within the school, and there is obviously, or there was rather, a movement from darker spaces to light spaces, and that was part of the design of the school and very much intentional. And on the south elevation, there was a real hierarchy in terms of light. So as you move up to the top of the building, where you're further away from street level and where you're less likely to be affected by buildings in front onto Sauchiehall Street, there's more access to light. I think it's also important to note the different types of light that were brought in. So there's obviously light from above, which covers some of the first floor corridor spaces. There's light from up high, for example in the basement spaces, and there's light directly in from the south in places where seating were in one of the corridors. So there is a range of light provided there. It's also important to note that electric light was provided throughout the school, which was novel at the time, and that can be seen in photographs. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
So what I'm taking from this is that this is an intentional use of light within various spaces in the building, so it's not incidental, it's the result of intentional design.
Working within some constrained parameters. So he's doing the best that he can within the setbacks, working with the rules and the constraints of the site, but focusing the north light very much on the major part, which is the painting studios.
Yeah.
That's still feeding back a bit. So you were asking about kind of the specific requirements for natural light in the brief. So the brief is really specific about that. And as I said, it's specific about the sizes of the rooms and which directions that they face. And there's been, Liz mentioned, possibly Nick as well, that there was kind of government guidelines for the design of art schools, but actually those guidelines didn't specify. It was more about the height and size of the rooms. It didn't specify which direction they should face. So that actually came from Francis Newbury, who was the director of the art school. He was really specific. And there's a suggestion in one book that I read that the McClellan Galleries, which faces south, he'd had experience of trying to teach within that space and was really very keen that the painting studios would face north. So the brief does describe for some of the rooms kind of even the size and shape of the windows and the height of the window sills. And it's very some rooms it's very specific about which one should face north, and then there's a list of ones that don't need to face north. And then there are kind of a few rooms where so including the lecture theatre and the library, and the architecture studios, staff rooms, corridors and janitor's house. There's no requirement given for a particular direction. And the other very specific thing was that the flower painting room had to be lit from either the end of the building or from the north, but must also have a conservatory with direct sunlight, which is what you get on that south elevation. So with the building of the second phase, as somebody said, there isn't, doesn't seem to have been any brief for that, but there obviously were very clear requirements. There are additional departments that have been added to the art school in the intervening 10 years. The requirement for the additional staircases, I think that needs to be separated out a little bit from the hen run and lodger. Obviously the staircases do go up to that top floor because you need to get up there. And there was very definitely a fire regulation that required that. Actually, what's more surprising, I'm not sure that there had been particular change in regulation. I think what was more surprising is that that staircase hadn't been provided in the first phase. Yeah, the hen run, so the lodger is built over the first floor corridor of the second phase, which has windows out into the light well, so facing directly south, whereas in the first phase the first floor corridor was top lit, and that was a kind of very deliberate intention to allow the walls to be used for the display of artwork. And the hen run, so there wasn't a kind of counterpart to the lodger built on the other side, because Macintosh wanted to keep those top light windows, and therefore you've got the lodger and then the hen run running behind the director's studio, providing a corridor around it because that took up the full depth of the building, and then that corridor moves internally into the building, so it's not expressed so much on the outside. I think there are some windows, but it's not kind of prominently sticking out of the building in the way that the lodger does, because Macintosh wanted to keep the skylights for the first floor corridor on the east side, or appears to have wanted to keep the skylights.
There was a change in what were the building standards or building regulations between the first phase and the second phase of the building, which did bring about the introduction of concrete stairs, not a timber stair that was in the first phase, and also introduced the concrete cap at the top of the building. I think the effects of that were very much that when the stair on the eastern side was introduced, the original boardroom, which did originally get east and west light, lost its direct west light because the stair very cleverly has been worked around the window, but lighting conditions within there did change as a result.
If it were possible just to go to page 21 of this document, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the deliberate design of the south elevation. If we look at the bottom left image there and we look at the southern part of the elevation, you can see in that there's three different sizes, or four, sorry, different sizes and types of windows. The top window is into a Studio 58, and it's pushing a huge amount of bright light into that space. The window directly below that is a long slender window that goes into the library and creates very shafts of light that come through the library space, which is treated, or the analogy is of a woodland glade. The three windows below that are very small. They're also into the library. And we think they're very small because he's trying to focus and concentrate the light to create highlights coming through on that elevation. And then the windows below that again are very big again because they're into a studio space. So I think that piece of the elevation really shows the care and consideration of each of those individual spaces and the size and design of the windows that serve them.
Would you like to put any comments on those windows?
Yeah, there's no disagreeing with that, and certainly light did come in to those spaces before the fire. What it's probably worth reminding everybody is that the proposed building acknowledges that in terms of how the building is set back and allows those views and light to come into the building. So there's a recognition in the proposed building, which we'll come on to obviously, that there's a height along Sauchiehall Street, and then there's a falling away at both ends of the building on the east end to highlight the flurries of decoration at the top of the building, and very much on the west end of the building to reveal that facade. So that has been taken into consideration in terms of the design. There's an interesting story as well about how two windows were added by the school to the east elevation, very much at ground floor level to the right of the door, very much to Macintosh's unhappiness because it changed the light going into that space.
Thanks. As you say, we're going to come on to the potential impacts of the proposed development on part two. Before we move to that, is there anything additional that you'd like to mention at this stage regarding the part one of the agenda?
Yeah, you asked about whether there are any statements or explanation from the designer about his intentionality, and the short answer to that, there isn't really. There was a written description that went with the competition entry that was probably written by John Keppie, but that's fairly factual. So it really lists the accommodation that's been provided and provides emphasis where there were particular aspects of the brief met. and it does describe some of the windows, and particularly on the north elevation, but I'm not sure that there's anything very much in there that's particularly relevant to this application. I think maybe the only thing that it mentions are the luncheon rooms, which were on the ground floor entresol. So this was kind of one of the areas where there were new windows put into the south elevation. That was a change from the original competition entry, and there are kind of 4 little windows on that south elevation. But the main windows for that room are on the east and west returns of that projection. So the little windows, I think, you know, if they're probably kind of partly regarded as being sacrificial if something got built in front of them. They were kind of lighting locker areas, but they're obviously still providing additional light for that space, and kind of, you know, getting a bit of south sunlight in is better than not doing that. So.
Does the School of Art have any additional points on this item on the agenda? The council and the applicant? No? Okay, that's great, thank you. Now, I do have a note at a point within this next item which may be suitable for a break, so I think I'm going, unless anybody is in desperate need of a break at this point, we'll maybe push on. It's just until we get to the impacts on daylight, we're going to progress through to that point. Is everybody okay to carry on? And we'll maybe give it another half an hour. Yeah, that's ideal, thank you. We do have some water here for everybody now. Thank you very much to our gallant colleagues here. If anybody wants one, feel free to help yourself during the break, and we'll put some out, and the same for the people in attendance. Okay then, so in item 3 of the agenda, I'm going to focus on the potential impacts of the proposed development on the special character of the building that we've just been discussing. As parties are aware, there's a separate hearing session that will take place this afternoon to discuss the potential effects of the proposed development and what they'd have on the setting of the building. However, I do think there are some cross-cutting issues that I think are relevant to both sessions. For example, the identified impacts on views from the listed building and the opening up of new views within the proposed courtyard area. I suppose my first question is quite simple, and it'll help me to appreciate the intended use of the loggia. Yeah, sorry, apologies to everybody who knows how to pronounce that. So were the fold-down desks original fittings that formed part of the initial design?
Yes, they were. So they're shown in a photograph that was taken by Bedford Lemire in 1910, and that's in image C3 in our Annex 1 to our hearing statement. And they're also shown in drawings dated the same year, 1910, and that was also included in our annex at image A5. They're not shown on the earlier floor plans, so the floor plans for the second phase for 1907, 08 and 09. They're not shown on those, but those plans also lack the finer detail of the 1910 plans. For example, they don't show the window seats in the first floor corridor either. So, but yeah, basically they were there all the time.
Okay, thanks. So can I ask you to explain how the space is understood to have been originally used? In particular, I'm interested to hear if the desks were used formally for the teaching of classes or more informally by students to practice.
So Macintosh had originally intended to include student common room for students in the second phase of work, but the requirement for additional space by the newly created departments meant that had to be omitted in the end. So he therefore tried to create communal space for the students elsewhere in the building. And the lodger appears to be one example of that. And the window seats in the first floor corridor are another example of that. And once again, we don't have anything written by Macintosh saying this is what I'm intending here, but that's kind of what you can see in the building. So my understanding is that the lodger was intended largely for use by students as an informal sort of breakout space and where they could sit and look out over the city rather than for formal teaching. But Macintosh did design the building to be used flexibly, and the space limitations in it meant that circulation space has always been used for teaching as well. So, for example, there's a photograph by T&R Annan that shows the students being taught in the museum, which is the staircase landing, and there's another photograph showing students painting in the first floor east corridor. I'm not sure the date of those photos. They could be before or after the construction of the second
they're
phase.
pre-1906 because they're still the first phase, because the timber lining hasn't got
Okay.
in the first floor corridor.
It is also notable that both the hen run and the lodger were fitted with sinks, so for washing paintbrushes and things. And kind of various books refer to the lodger being used by students as a place to be kind of, from, kind of over quite a long period of time. And there's also a description of the hen run being used to teach perspective. I don't know if the art school have probably got more to add to that than I can.
Yeah, so again, we're looking at the original use at the moment.
What's clear from some of the historic photos is that the building was full, it was busy, and all of the spaces within the building were used for the production and the teaching of art. The historic photos do show, as Louisa said, the fold-down desks and chairs. There's also a photo of the professors occupying that space. If we can talk about how the space has been used subsequently, we know that a talk given by Izzy Metzstein in the 80s, he refers to, who is an architectural professor, he refers to it as a studio, the loggia as a studio. I attended Glasgow School of Art in the 1990s, and it was certainly used then for that purpose. And we have found online many photos of school children in that space being taught to draw within that space. And Toby Patterson, who's a very well-known Glasgow artist, sent us an image that he drew from the loggia in 1987 when he was aged 13, showing the skyline of Glasgow. That's on page 23 of this document. So we know it has been historically used over a great period of time for the production of art.
So focusing specifically then on how the loggia was originally intended to be used and was subsequently used prior to the damage it sustained. Does the applicant have anything to add before I turn to the effect of the proposal on the views?
I think it's important to acknowledge the practical reasons that it's there as well, in the name, the hen run in itself, in terms of connecting parts of the building and providing access across behind the offices for the directors at the top of the building. I think in any school, in any art school, it's a fight to find space to teach. And I think very much the building was a victim of its own success from day one, with lots of space required, evidently built in two halves. And indeed, the first half of the building was exactly the same size as where they'd come from in the McLennan Galleries, more or less. So there's an issue with space. But I think there's a changing nature within the building before the fire of 2014, the subsequent fire in 2018. Spaces like the caretaker's house had been changed into the finance office. Certainly the rooms that were for eating were gone and were turned into offices. So buildings evolve, and I think architects will all know that the minute your client moves into a building, it's used in a very different way.
I would say that Macintosh was way ahead of his time in the way that he designed these circulation spaces, that they weren't just for circulation. Many modern buildings, educational buildings, are using circulation the way Macintosh designed them, and these are where the serendipitous moments can happen. So they were actively used for drawing the skyline, for a break, but they were a key part that remained over the whole, 100 years. They were part of the success of the building.
Yeah, I think the applicant's acknowledging that, and I think that with the fact that there was intentional student accommodation, there's sinks and there's workspace there, it's quite clear that there was more than just a circulation aspect, but there was a practical need for it as well, which has been useful to understand.
Could I add just one thing? Oh, sorry.
But to the applicant first.
Yeah, I totally agree that there was serendipity in the way those spaces were used, but they weren't necessary from a fire perspective in terms of providing safe access out of the building.
Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a kind of comment about the hen run, which comes out of the lodger, which is sort of seems to be the place where jolly photos of students tended to get taken. So, I mean, that was obviously a kind of place where kind of more of a relaxing space, and basically just following on from the lodger. So, I think that's sort of used for everything.
Thanks, that's really useful. So now I'm going to give some consideration to the outlook from the loggia. I'd like to start by seeking confirmation from the applicant just regarding how far from the oriel windows the proposed building would be positioned, and how, as you touched on earlier, the potential impact on views from this part of the Macintosh building have been mitigated by design.
Yeah, I suppose firstly, the building is not immediately adjacent to where the loggia would have stood. A deliberate standoff distance is maintained at 31 metres, created by an introduction of the central courtyard, and which physically separates the new development from the south elevation of the Macintosh building. I reference page 31 of the submitted document 16, where there's key dimensions illustrated. From an architectural perspective, mitigation has been achieved in three principal ways. First, distance and separation. The loggia oriel windows face into an open courtyard rather than directly onto built form. This is fundamentally different condition from the historic arrangements, where service buildings sat much closer to rear elevation, plant rooms, etc. Secondly, scale management. The massing closest to the Macintosh building is deliberately moderated, with height distributed across the wider block rather than concentrated at the interface. And this avoids a sheer vertical condition immediately opposite the loggia. And third is quality of outlook. While it's accepted that long-range city views will change, we're in an evolving city. The loggia retains light, openness and visual relief, and now orientated towards a landscape civic space rather than rooftop services or blank rear elevation. And the character of outlook changes, but it's not extinguished. Importantly, the south elevation was, as we've said, historically conceived as a rear, more functional elevation and not a principal viewpoint. And the proposal reflects the hierarchy while avoiding physical and structural encroachment on the listed fabric.
Thank you very much. Would parties like to come back?
Yeah, thank you. If you go to pages 24, 25 of the document that we've given you there, we agree that there is still lots of light getting into the loggia. That's not in doubt at all. The design doesn't infringe on the light getting into the loggia. It really is the view of the city. The stills on page 24 are taken from the applicant's an animation made by the applicant. And they show in a quite a simplistic way that from those views that they gave us, the percentage of the city and its cityscape that is obscured by the building is 91% in one of the views, 94.6% in another of the views, and 92.5% in another of the views. So you are looking at the back elevation of a student housing scheme from the loggia. You're not looking over the city anymore. I think the point about looking into a landscaped courtyard, I mean, the courtyard will get discussed later, but actually you're only looking to that if you go right up the window and put your face up to the glass and look down the way. Your prominent view is horizontally out towards the proposed scheme. We did wonder about the visualisation that was included in the planning application that's shown on page 25. We were surprised that the view shows that you can look over the plant room enclosure wall and get a view of the rear plant room enclosure wall, because to gain that viewpoint from the information that we have, you would have to stand on the roof of the loggia, not inside the loggia. It wouldn't be possible to actually get that view. The other point, and we know it because we're architects, we do it too, the view that's presented is a very wide angle view. It's not a natural view. It's equivalent to a 20mm wide angle lens, whereas normal human vision is much more equivalent to a 50-metre lens. So the building will appear much closer than is shown in that visualisation.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate the 31-metre separation. Is there anything that you'd like to add in particular about the viewpoint for the elevation, and can you confirm, I mean, the lens, if you have that information, whether it was a 20 or a 50?
Yeah, well, I think these comments relate to illustrative images rather than to the heritage townscape and visual impact assessment, which remains the applicant's primary and policy compliant assessment of the effects on views. It's also important to clarify that there's no requirement within policy or supplementary guidance to provide verified views. So these computer generated images submitted by the applicant are therefore provided as a standard practice, and are there as artist impressions to assist understanding the scale, mass and spatial relationships rather than as forensic representations of experience. The applicant's HTVIA, Heritage Townscape Visual Impact Assessment, constitutes a more robust and systematic assessment of those key views, which we'll obviously come on to in due course. I think it's also important for us to establish that, in its current fire damaged condition, the applicants had no access to internal spaces such as the loggia or high level corridors. So it's impossible for us to verify internal viewpoints fully, hence the artist's impressions.
But in acknowledging that they're artist impressions, do you agree that it's not necessarily representative of a view from within the loggia at a level that people would observe?
So I think what we've identified in each of the images that were shared that are on page 24, the sight line, the eye level of the average person, that was information shared with the art school with these images. The artist's impression on page 25 is noting that we don't have the detail of glazing, etc. So we have specifically, and it's referenced also in our hearing statement, that we've positioned our face against the glass on the basis that we don't have the construct of the building in order to improve that view.
Okay, thanks.
I think we quite clearly have the sections of the building as well, where you can see what will be viewed over the top of the proposed development. In terms of the hierarchy on the site, evidently the proposed building sits much lower than the Macintosh building, and then as you move up the hill, the Reed building sits higher than the Macintosh building. And I think it's important to note that because the surrounding townscape changes. The nature of the city is that the views you can see change. So to the west, the Bourdon building takes away the view out towards Park Circus. On the upper floors of the MAC when it was there, north views were removed by the Reed building, and looking out towards the south of the city, up close and both in the distance, there are a number of new buildings that have changed the skyline, and that includes buildings such as Scottish Power or Morgan Stanley. So it's an ever-evolving skyline that changes, but certainly from what we've looked at using View City on our HTVIA, the view is still there. And it's changed.
Yeah, I understand. That makes sense. I think I have enough information on that now. Thanks. So, moving on from the loggia, I'd now like to invite the applicant to respond to the concerns raised by the School of Art at paragraphs 4.9 to 4.14 of its hearing statement regarding the effects of the users of the proposed outside terrace amenity space on students within the library and the senior architecture studio. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, these concerns have been taken seriously and then directly informed our architectural layouts. The terraces are not positioned directly opposite any sensitive teaching spaces. Where proximity exists, mitigation is achieved through a combination of offset levels, balustrade design, screening and management controls. So architecturally, these terraces are set back from the Macintosh building, avoiding direct overlooking. They're designed with angled and screened edges, preventing direct sight lines into any studios, and are positioned to look into the courtyard and across the wider urban block, not toward teaching interiors. From an operational standpoint, these are controlled amenity spaces, so they're managed spaces, they're not unmanaged balconies. Their use is comparable to student accommodation elsewhere in dense urban settings, and does not introduce an abnormal or harmful relationship to what's currently there. Crucially, the Macintosh building has historically coexisted with adjacent occupied buildings, including entertainment and commercial uses, so the proposal doesn't look to introduce any new type of relationship, but it replaces a derelict condition with a managed, predictable and designed interface. In heritage policy terms, I'm keen to just touch on, if I can stop zooming as heavily as I am. Consistent with historic environment policy for Scotland and NPF4, the Macintosh building has long coexisted with the active neighbouring uses within the conservation area, including the established external terrace on Grecian Chambers on Scott Street, directly opposite our building. And that relationship demonstrates how managed amenity activity can be accommodated alongside a nationally significant listed building, where impacts are controlled and they don't undermine its cultural significance. So we would suggest that our amenity spaces in that condition, managed and controlled, don't create any negative impact.
I think the concern comes from if those are potentially sensitive spaces where people are concentrating and focused on doing something. I accept that there's already been a contextual presence, but there's not been humans at that elevation historically. I think that the concerns is that there may be a distraction from that, and I think hearing from yourself that those terraces are going to be offset and there isn't going to be those sorts of distractions would be welcomed by the School of Art. But what's the sort of distance between those terraces and the library windows, for example, and the anatomy studio?
Yes, so I think firstly and most significantly, from the outset, we have approached the design ensuring that there was a physical offset between ourselves and the Macintosh building. So from a substructure perspective, initially we were 7.5 metres back before there was any structure in the ground. It so happens at upper levels we cantilever over our substructure a couple of metres in order that the actual physical distance above street is 5 metres or 4.985. So we have created a physical separation initially, which is consistent with most Glaswegian historic east-west lanes. Beyond that, each of the terraces are landscaped such that there's a further physical offset through management of landscaping design that increases that distance to 8 metres before any person can stand. And in addition to that, each of those terraces are lower or higher than direct oversight within windows of the Macintosh building.
Just for my notes, I know I could look at the plans there, but just for my note, do you have the?
I'll just relate you. I would point you to the direction of the sections, because the exact position of that relative to each window I'd have to research for them.
Okay. If you could include that within your closing submissions, that would be ideal. Thank you. Can I go to the school?
Thank you. Yes, I mean, we know what the building is from the model that you gave us and we gave you. We measured the distance being 4.825 metres. The floor, the levels of the terraces. There's 2 terraces, a higher one and a lower one. level 4 terrace is 1.5 metres below the floor level of the library. So your eye level is you know, looking through the base of those windows. And the one at level 6 is 900 millimetres below, sorry, the lower ones are below the architecture studio. The other ones are 900 millimetres below the floor level of the library. So you really are standing unpresent if you look out from the library or the architecture studios. The issue we have, other than the effect on the setting of the building, is that managed control of people on roof terraces does not prevent somebody from walking over a landscaped area up to that edge. Equally, we've seen on many developments in towns in Scotland where planted roofscapes have failed and have been removed. Unless the balustrade is pulled back and created at a height that you prevent people from being able to get over it, you can't really prevent people from getting to that edge. Even if your management can in the short term, there's no guarantee you can do that in 10 years' time, 50 years' time, etc. So I think that is really the concern, is the proximity at 4.825. Whilst I acknowledge that that is 5 metres is a distance that you find in back lanes of Glasgow. Those back lanes of Glasgow don't usually include the Macintosh Library.
Would the applicant consider that? I'm not looking to say whether or not this mitigates the concerns that have been expressed there, but is it the applicant's position that planning conditions could retain those landscape buffers and?
Yeah, I was going to say that myself. Yeah, I mean, ultimately these are items that would be conditioned specifically and outside of what we've already intentionally put in practice by way of the proposed design. I think there's also a social aspect of this that we've got to think progressively about our city, and we're talking about building two buildings that will host students in a different fashion, and that our rooftops will be students on top of those external terraces, providing them with amenity, and presumably it will be students within said library. So I think we are quite clear that these are external spaces that will indeed need to be managed. They can be conditioned fully, but it's the students that will be on these spaces.
Okay, thanks. And I'm gonna just move on from that point now. I think the final question I have on this part of the agenda relates to the introduction of the courtyard and the new views that would open up at the south elevation of the building. I can understand this would undoubtedly be interesting for some observers. At 5.12 of the applicant's hearing statement, the views are described as a meaningful enhancement to the interpretation and evolution of the building's form. Some parties have disagreed with this, given the building wasn't intended to be viewed or appreciated from this position. So it's really just to give the applicant the opportunity at this point to respond to those comments that were made by other parties, or to confirm the evidence that you've already submitted or be relied on.
Yeah, I think that the courtyard is a very conscious decision from the outset when appraising the site and the condition of it currently and the potential reconstruction of the Macintosh building. And our approach has been contextual rather than stylistic. Well, it's correct the south elevation was not conceived as a principal facade. That doesn't mean that it's intended to be concealed indefinitely, particularly within an evolving city, nor that its appreciation lacks value. The courtyard doesn't attempt to recast the south elevation as an ornamental facade. Instead, it's proposed to introduce publicly accessible civic space that reveals the full form and massing of the Macintosh buildings, and more importantly, improve the long-standing dereliction of the interpretive setting. So, from an architectural perspective, there's three key things that we think are focused. The appreciation of the building's castle-like massing is able to be enjoyed in that space, understanding of the functional hierarchy of the building, and recognition of its urban grain and depth, previously unreadable. And that's got to be a positive thing. The courtyard will also expand how visitors experience the Macintosh building by allowing appreciation of its full three-dimensional form rather than only its principal facades. This supports heritage tourism by encouraging longer dwell time, broader photographic engagement, improved wayfinding and storytelling, a more complete understanding of Macintosh's response to topography and urban context. enhancing the building's cultural legibility and visitor appeal. It's also important to note that the courtyard is designed to be delivered in its complete form. However, recognising the sensitivity of the Macintosh building's current condition and the uncertainty around its timing and reconstruction, the proposal allows for a temporary works zone along the shared boundary, should that be required to facilitate future restoration or reconstruction works of the GSA. This approach avoids also constraining or prejudicing the art school's reconstruction and provides a flexibility for safe access, monitoring, construction, sequencing adjacent to the A-listed fabric. And while this may seem that the courtyard is not fully completed in the short to medium term, including potentially over a prolonged period, it represents a deliberate and responsible design decision that prioritises a long-term conversation on the Macintosh building over immediate completion of amenity space. Importantly, this does not remove the courtyard from the scheme, but it ensures that it can be completed when it's safe and appropriate to do so, and in a way that aligns with HEPS and NPF4 principles of enabling conservation through managed change.
I know that the position of other parties has already been made on that, so I'm not. If you're just happy to rest on what you've already said, I'm more than happy to move on. Okay, thank you. So that draws the cross-cutting setting issues to a close as far as I'm concerned, which means that we can move on to the effect of the proposed development on daylight levels. And that's almost spot on to the hour and a half, so I'd propose we maybe have a 10-minute break where people can go and use the facilities. Please help yourself to some water. Well, we'll take the water out and pop those out for people, but yeah, we'll come back at 11:45. Thank you. thank you everyone and welcome back. I'm now going to turn to the potential effects of the proposed development on daylight levels within the Macintosh building, again considering the spaces as they were prior to the fire. There are 4 questions set out on the agenda to round off this section before we look a little closer at the BRE calculations at item 4. Firstly, in order that I can appreciate the potential effects and how they would relate to the building as originally designed, I want to understand how the existing overshadowing compares with what has historically been the case. In simpler terms, I suppose, I want to explore what the applicant and the council describe as the existing constrained effects, in particular on the lower level corridor areas. So I'm going to start with HES and the School of Art to explain what their understanding is regarding the nature of the original buildings that were in situ directly to the south. I know we've touched on this already, but it's just so for my notes so that when we're talking about daylighting, I've got that sequentially written down. Thank you.
So you had still got the panorama building, and that was extended. So it was originally, well, it had 15 sites, but it was basically circular, the auditorium of that. And that's up against the boundary line of the School of Art. The dome of that was extended to make it longer to the west, and that happened in about 1926, 28. But I'm not sure that would have had very much impact on the lighting. I don't know whether the pitch of the roof was changed, but since the west curve of that remained the same, I don't think that the pitch can have changed very much if it did, certainly not in a way that's, and there are kind of historic drawings of those alterations, and as far as I can work out, it doesn't look very significantly different. So I think at that end of the building, any changes, as far as I can work out, and the School of Art, the applicants might be able to go into this further, but as far as I can work out, any change at that end of the building would have been fairly negligible. At the east end of the application site, there was this row of shops, as we've discussed, and then the ground behind that was largely open. There were periods where there were buildings on it, so I think on the 1909 map there are some buildings shown on that that might have been associated. The panorama building was used as a circus for a short while, so my guess is that they might have been enclosures for the circus animals, and then there were, I think, also buildings then shown on, I think, a 1950s map. But for most of the time, certainly when the building was built, that area of ground was open. So I think probably the main kind of more recent impact would have been the construction of the Jumping Jacks building, ABC2 cinema building, which then kind of took the mass of the building right up to the building line. And I think that might have had some impact on the lower buildings, lower windows at the east end of the site. There are some kind of historic photos looking towards the back of the site, which are quite useful in terms of giving a bit of demonstration of what you could, I think, maybe taken from the tenements on the south side of Sauchiehall Street, top floor of that, kind of looking back, that gives you an idea of the condition of you know, what windows you could see from that point. But I think overall there's probably not been a huge amount of change, and as I said, and the impact I think would have been mostly kind of at the lower levels, and maybe the studio that's kind of in the bottom of the east lightwell, bit of impact on that, and potentially the basement corridors as well.
Yeah, it sounds as if the current conditions then with the Jumping Jacks and ABC building has significantly changed potentially, is it the position that it's significantly changed the light levels already? If it was open when it was constructed, and then those buildings have been there, would that not have had an impact on light levels within those specific spaces?
I think it's difficult to talk without having a picture of the back of the building. I've got an image of the model here. So you can see here that there's already kind of quite a, there's a blank bit of wall here. So that's the basement studio in here. And then the windows to the basement corridor are behind the basement studio roof. So yeah, I think when you were standing in that studio, you'd look out and you'd be looking up at the back wall of Jumping Jacks. But so that would have had an impact. I think maybe the School of Art might be able to speak to that a bit better than me.
Okay, thank you. If you could just pop off, thanks.
Yeah, the western half of the site with the panorama did change several times. The roof pitch changed and increased in scope. It did get a bit steeper. The ridge line got a little bit higher, but it sloped very much away from those windows, and its eaves came in below any of the important windows. On the eastern half of the site, unfortunately nobody has light measurements from 1910, 1906, or when the changes were made and when Jumping Jacks was built. Jumping Jacks was 3 stories plus a plant story. As Louisa's image shows, there weren't very many windows at that eastern end. It was really that anatomy studio that had its skylight, but it was looking over the edge of the building from the images that we've seen. So the light levels did change, particularly at the east end. We don't know by how much, by the introduction of a 3 or say 4 story if you include the plant room as well, building at that end. Is now the right moment to talk about the impact that the proposal would have on the light of those?
I suppose before we do, are there any specific windows that you consider would be adversely affected that are largely comparable to when the building was constructed? Just so that I can, because I suppose what I'm trying to establish is that we've identified that, or we're going to discuss, there's going to be a degree of overshadowing, and it's contended that there's a loss of light that's going to change the way those spaces are experienced and used. What I want to try and establish is how far that's already changed. Are there any windows that we believe haven't yet been affected that could potentially be affected by this?
Yes, I think we could say that with the 3 lower library windows. The corridor windows at ground basement, particularly, also I think, not on the eastern half, on the western half, and then all the upper level windows, above, haven't been affected by any of the developments that have historically happened.
Okay, that's really useful. So yeah, if you would like to. Yeah, I have got a point to come to you here. I was just going to see if there was anything at this stage that was specific to how they'll be affected, and then I will come to yourselves to talk over that, don't worry. As you said, so the specific spaces where there's where it's contended there'll be an impact, and what those spaces are used for, I suppose is what we want to get now, and then I'll come across to the applicant to discuss the changing context and their idea on it.
I think the spaces that really are of great concern have always been stated by the art school in any communications with the applicant in the past. But if we start with the library, if you turn to pages 6 and 7 of our document, it shows the effect on sunlight in the library through the winter months. Now, I think we established earlier on that those lower windows are small in size because they're about creating intense focused light to come into that library space. And they would have received sunlight throughout the history of that site. With the applicant's proposal, it appears that about 3 months of the year, the sunlight will be blocked from those windows at noon, when the sun is the highest in the sky. So that's a big change in character to that space, and I think that's probably the key word that we'd like to come on to a lot more later, is the character and the quality of light, as opposed to merely the quantity of light within spaces. On the adjacent page, on page 7, it shows some very basic shading renders of noon on 6th November, 21st December, 1st of February, showing that with the previous scheme in place, the ABC was in place, winter sunlight penetrated deep into that space through those windows, and really helped with that atmosphere, that analogy of the woodland glade. They gave a great deal of joy in that space. With the application in place, which are the visuals along the bottom, that sunlight is completely absent from those windows for approximately 25% of the year.
Can I just ask again for my record here, which documents these are taken from?
These are generated by us.
And do they form part of your submissions?
No.
Earlier, no.
No, they didn't. They've been subsequently produced. The ones on the previous pages, on pages 4 and 5, were a part of the submission. But they felt they were too small and there were too many images. It wasn't really making the point as succinctly as was required. That's one of the spaces.
Can I just go to the applicant here to just check that they've had sight of these calculations prior to today? No. Okay, so I will hear the evidence and I'll refer to those today, but you will have full opportunity to come back on this. I don't expect you to commit to something today, but when you come with your closing submissions, or prior to that, if you'd like to engage in a round of written submissions specifically on this, I'm more than willing offer that opportunity. Thank you. Back to yourself.
So some of the other individual spaces that were stated as being important early on by the art school were the life modelling studio and the anatomy room. Those are the two basement studios that are roof lit in the basement. Our submission notes the reduction in light metrics to those spaces, so I won't repeat them, but they are a concern, particularly when you lose, say, up to 76% of your winter predicted sunlight into some of those spaces. The corridors, which it was noted by the applicant that the BRE 209 didn't really consider corridors, but of course these weren't, as I think as we've established, these weren't just corridors. If you go to page, it's actually on page 11, it doesn't have a page number on it, it shows the galleries and corridors in use pre-1906 in the 90s. Throughout their life they have been used for the display of art. They've also been used for the production of art. There's many studies, painting studies that people have done in those spaces, so they are a subject of art themselves. The senior architecture studio also suffers a diminution in light. And a space that's quite difficult to quantify is the stairs. We've talked about the addition of these fire stairs. They were extensively glazed down the south elevation and light poured through them, not on every day of course, but when it was sunny, light did. The former director of the School of Art described that as her favourite moment in the building, when the light's pouring through those windows. And many commentators, authors, experts on Macintosh, Andy Macmillan amongst them, who's authored many books, they talk about that moment of delight when you come from the studio with its cool north light, abundant north light, and then you get this very focused south contrast light into those spaces, creating a particular atmosphere.
Do you want me? Is now an appropriate time to talk about that in a bit more general, about not just Macintosh as a designer, as an artist? We talk painting with light, so not not just understanding that quality of light is not just quantity. And I think that's the, we've already discussed the studio spaces where quantity was the metric and the quality was uniformity and abundance to help painting. But the quality in the way that he curated space, he also understood the benefits of sunlight, the punctuation of light, using different metrics that we now understand, 100 years later or 50 years later, where Richard Kelly described them as lighting design as focal glow, ambient luminescence and play of brilliance. And if you think about that focal glow sort of drawing you and providing attention, the ambient luminescence being the function, the amenity, and that play of brilliance being these moments in a space where unusually small windows and openings where you may not expect them provide that punch of warmth and glow in combination with materiality and spatial form and contrast as a piece that is brought together. I think that's the bit when we're talking about character of space, particularly in those south facings. They're not a necessarily a pure function in terms of amenity that we'd understand. And Mackintosh understood that, as we've talked about the anatomy room, life drawing rooms, needing more bright light and direct sunlight or brighter directional light to help modelling of people and shapes, to help the artist form. That's part of that curation of space, and those moments of contemplation and the materiality in places like the library, where the contrast was very much at play in what he was doing there. So I think that's, when we're talking about that importance of space there, it's beyond quantity. It needs to talk about quality.
Thank you. I'm going to go across to the applicant now. So I'm going to, I'm sure you'll have been writing lots of notes there and points that were made. What I'm going to initially ask is you to talk about the context of, as we started on the other side of the table there, with the context of the building when it was initially developed. You've mentioned in your submissions that it's already a constrained site that isn't authentic with regards to light levels because of the development that's occurred on the site to the south. So there were certain windows and certain areas of the building that were mentioned by the School of Art there that it's suggested haven't been affected by the development. The 3 lower library windows, the corridor basement, the basement corridor on the west side specifically of the building. Would you like to come back on those first before we touch on the other points made?
Yeah, thank you. It's going to be touched on quality and character. I think in relation to the neighbouring building and the diorama has had the most extraordinary life of retrofit and reuse, from diorama to panorama to tea room, to dance hall, palais de danse, to cinema, to music venue. And I think what's clear to note there is the original shops made way for a developing campus of entertainment. Specifically, the diorama itself, the if you like, circular roof was heavily modified when it became the Palais de Danse. So only half of the circular roof remains, and the roof was extended eastwards along the back of the site to accommodate a not long-lasting Palais de Danse just after Hengler's Circus. So that roof line has changed in itself. Thereafter, we know that when the building became a cinema, the cinema also extended out towards the east, which included the later addition of the ABC2. And it's important to note that the depth of that building is considerably deeper than what was there previously. And interestingly, there are actually white tiles on the back of the Jumping Jacks building, which may be to do with reflecting light back into the Glasgow School of Art. We're unsure, but there are white tiles added to the back of our the building that sits on the applicant's site. I think it's also important to note that light has changed on every elevation, with the Reed building to the north, the Bourdon building to the west. So there are issues there. I've got other things I want to talk about, but obviously you want to keep it crisp. Can I blend into the next bits?
Yeah.
We're talking about character and quality. Within the building itself, the character of the space has changed over time. We know from the reconstruction that was taking place of the library that the woods that were used were much lighter in tone than were the case at the time of the fire in 2014. So over many years, the woods had become much darker and painted, and we know that that space was sombre and that was part of its intent in terms of light qualities. Obviously, the building is not there anymore, so that intangible quality and character of the buildings has been lost and will be reconstructed if at all we're unsure. But there's a reconstruction that will be happening possibly, which will have a different character of space. Thereafter, in terms of things like the corridors, whilst the corridors might have been used for teaching, it's very unlikely that in a future iteration, should it happen, they will be used for teaching because you're only allowed fixed furniture within fire escapes because they're for egress, exit from the building.
We'll just focus on what was there previously rather than speculate on the future.
Yeah, but I suppose a lot of this is speculation. So
I understand your position on that.
Yeah.
But we're going to focus on what was historically there for the purpose of this session.
I suppose in terms of historically, the neighbouring site has undergone significant changes, which will have had an effect on light.
Thank you.
And in the next point, we'll be coming on to the quality of the light, which is to do with pollution and how.
Yeah, I'm more than happy for you to expand on that. I know that within your hearing statement, it was suggested that industrial processes in Glasgow at the time of construction meant daylight levels are presently higher than was historically the case.
Yeah.
Is that a common sense sort of statement, or is there evidence? Or
there's evidence.
There's evidence of that.
There's scientific evidence based on testing that was done at the time, albeit the testing is different to the way we test atmospheric pollution now, because the atmospheric pollution in the air these days is so minuscule that the original ways of testing for pollution was to look at what fell out of the sky. So essentially, at the time of the completion of the building in 1909, there were 826 tons of coal dust fell on each square mile per annum, which is equivalent to 2 tons per football pitch in Glasgow, which was twice the level of London and 4 times the level of Bristol. So the air was significantly full of particles and dust, which was very peculiar to small industrial cities, and particularly Glasgow as the heart of the industrial production process for the UK. There is evidence, which is within PhD papers and within libraries, that this could amount to a reduction in light of 45% on a good day, but that was also affected by the weather and the time of year. So we're already working in a position where the light that's available to the Macintosh building, should and when it is rebuilt, is significantly higher than was available at the time of when it was completed.
I'd welcome any information or citations on that when you submit your closing submissions.
Yeah. And that's just airborne coal. Thereafter, it's reliant on people cleaning the windows on a regular basis, because the coal sits on the windows and further reduces the amount of light getting into the spaces.
I think the first point here is we're talking about, this discussion so far has been about quantity of light and as opposed to character or quality of light. I'm not a smog expert. But my Google searches do tell me that smog varied greatly depending on topography, depending on where you are in a city, depending on weather. Smog, of course, being a mixture of smoke and fog. There are areas that are described as being particularly bad in Glasgow, especially around Glasgow Green, around the Briggate, the Gorbals, areas that are choked with with pollution. But if you turn to page 31 of our document, again, this is new, I'm afraid you won't have seen this before. We just looked at some historical photos to see, well, what did the photos show? And really what they show is that the smog levels vary according to differing conditions. I mean, I'm surprised to hear that the reduction in light is 45% on a good day. The photographic evidence that we've provided ranges from 1905 to 1928. The top image on that page by Tizianen, you can see the smog in the distance, but you can also see that it's a bright sunny day in the foreground. The fog tends to be concentrated more to the east end and along the Clyde. The image bottom left shows areas that were traditionally believed to be very polluted around Glasgow Green. Again, you can see that it's quite clear and quite visible at that time. Final two images, Sauchiehall Street in 1914. It's showing some haze in the distance, but it's also showing clear, bright sunlight and shadows cast on the street. And the one in the Trongate, which is further east towards the areas of higher pollution, is again a very bright, sunny photograph. So clearly, whilst it may have affected light, there were days when it wasn't making much of an impact at all. I think the other thing worth noting is in terms of the location of the site, on a hill in Garnet Hill, which was an area characterised by educational institutions, cultural institutions, churches, housing, and then west of that was Park Circus, again, areas of housing as opposed to heavy industry. So whilst we don't know what I guess the other point is in BRE, you noted that light is measured differently, was measured differently back then. To my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong, but BRE doesn't work in terms of fog. It doesn't, visible sky component isn't about fog. Fog may alter the character of light, the diffusion of the light, but it doesn't necessarily block the light.
I'm going to go back to the applicant briefly, but I think I've got what I need to on this matter, but I'll go back to you one last time.
Yeah, apart from photographs, we do have a PhD by Ranald Lawrence called The Internal Environment of the Glasgow School of Art by Charles Rennie Mackintosh. Construction History, International Journal of Construction History it appeared in, which has all that information about the lighting levels that were available at the time, and was followed up by a book in 2020 by the same author. Thereafter, it's important to remember that the art school itself was blackened by the coal in the atmosphere, and thankfully we now live in a situation where most of those buildings have been cleaned, but a more recent example would be the old church down on Pitt Street, which was demolished, which was blackened by the coal dust in the air.
Thank you very much. That's useful. So before moving on to the calculations themselves, I do note that the applicant states that the impact in the reduction in light levels on the heritage significance of the building has been overstated. It's been my intention leading up to this point in the agenda today to better understand the position of parties with regard to the significance of daylight and natural light to the designer in order that I can effectively communicate that, as you'll have seen from the agenda. Is there anything the applicant would like to add at this stage regarding the contribution of light to the significance of the building, or are we okay to move on?
The only thing I'd like to add is that the proposals in themselves have no impact whatsoever on the north elevation, which is the significant elevation in terms of the way light comes into the school for painting. So that's worth bearing in mind.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for that. All parties have communicated the position on this matter, and I appreciate there's a difference of opinion. As I said, that's why we're here today. And this is where I expected the discussion to lead us. So I'm satisfied that I now have enough information to move forward to part 4 of the agenda. Yeah, it is part 4, where we're going to look more closely at the BRE calculations. So as parties will be aware, a daylight impact assessment was undertaken and submitted as part of the application. The assessment broadly concludes that many of the key internal spaces meet or closely align with the BRE and daylight criteria. So in the first instance, I just want to invite the applicant to provide a brief on how such calculations are undertaken to establish whether the affected windows and rooms would meet target levels. We'll come on to appropriateness or otherwise of target levels soon. But in terms of vertical sky component, no skyline and annual probable sunlight hours. And then we'll work through the prompts set out within item 4 of the agenda. So I'll hand over to yourselves.
Hi there. So it would be helpful if you have document APP03 and APP04 to hand, particularly APP04. So I will keep the discussion of the assessment methods brief and very simple. I think it's worth first, there was a lot of discussion in the GSA hearing statement as to the adequacy of using the BRE guide to assess daylight to the Macintosh building. And I fully understand this is an emotive subject, and the character of light needs to be considered, but it also needs to be measurable. And that's essentially what we've done in producing our daylight and sunlight report. So the history of the guidance is that it was first published in 1991 after several years of research by the British Research Establishment. It was then updated subsequently in 2011 and most recently in 2022. So it has set the standard for daylight assessments for 35 years to date. It is the recognised industry standard for assessing daylight. It's used throughout the United Kingdom on everything from a small residential extension to large complex city centre master plans. The use of the targets feed into a two-stage approach. So I fully acknowledge that, and it is a question that you've asked later, that there is a standardised method of assessment irrespective of the building that you're looking at. The two-stage approach is you run those assessments, understand where the affected windows and rooms do and do not meet the criteria, and the second stage to that is then considering the wider contextual considerations that allow you to understand whether there is an unacceptable level of harm caused. So the GSA hearing statement correctly notes Appendix 5, page 32, that the document is there to be used flexibly. But they've missed out quite a key part of the intention of that statement. So in document APP03, at page 7, paragraph 1.6, apologies, page 7, paragraph 1.6, the introduction on page 32 of Appendix 5 is correct. It then goes on to state, in special circumstances, the developer or planning authority may wish to use different target values. For example, in an historic city centre or in an area with modern high-rise buildings, a higher degree of obstruction may be unavoidable if new developments are to match the height and proportions of existing buildings. So that's the bit that was omitted. They then correctly go on to say, alternatively, where natural light is of special importance, less obstruction and hence more sunlight and daylight may be deemed necessary. So essentially, in applying the targets and giving due consideration to those contextual matters, we are balancing the sensitivity of daylight to the Macintosh building against the much needed redevelopment of a site in a dense urban area such as Glasgow city centre. So that's the balance that we're looking to achieve. So if you go to document APP04, I'll just run you very briefly through the assessment that we undertook. This is a document that we put together to simplify it for Glasgow City Council. So there's some helpful images in there. So essentially what we're looking at, we run the same assessments, VSC, NSL and APSH, with the existing buildings on the site. So the first image shows you in brown the O2 ABC buildings against what was the Macintosh building, which is what we've assessed. That gives us the existing levels of daylight. We then introduce the proposed development to that, and we are looking at the difference in these calculation methods with the existing buildings on site and the proposed development in place. So there's two assessment methods for daylight. There's vertical sky component, VSC, and no skyline assessment, which is NSL. Both of them deal with an obstruction of the sky, essentially. So The VSC assessment is taken at the centre point of the outside face of the window. And to simplify that, imagine putting your face against the window and looking out. You will see an amount of sky with the existing buildings in place. You will see a different amount of sky with the proposed buildings in place. And essentially that is what the vertical sky component assessment is. The BRE recommend that you should achieve 27% VSC, and where you can't do that, you shouldn't reduce the existing VSC level by any greater than 20%. So if you have an existing VSC level with those brown buildings in place, that's 20%, it shouldn't be reduced by any greater than 20%, so it shouldn't reduce past 16%. The no skyline assessment, very similar to VSC, but it moves within the room. So you look at tabletop height, essentially the working plane within the room, where can you see the sky and where can you not with those two scenarios, so with the existing buildings in place and the proposed buildings in place. And they're the two daylight assessments. There's one assessment for sunlight, which is annual probable sunlight hours, APSH. There's a supplementary assessment to this, which is winter probable sunlight hours, WPSH, which assesses the amount of sunlight received by a room between the 21st of September and the 21st of March, so in the winter months when the sun is lowest in the sky. And just on the point of winter sunlight in dense urban areas, in tightly constrained development sites, it is incredibly difficult, as you could imagine, with the sun being lower in the sky, to preserve winter sunlight. It is typically the first thing that will be affected. And the BRE do state at paragraph 3.2.4 that APSH, so the annual method, is a better way of quantifying loss of sunlight because it takes into account sunlight received over the whole year, not just one particular date. So the sunlight assessment works in very much the same way as the daylight assessments. Sunspots that would be visible from a window are modelled. They are put into the assessment. There's 100 sunspots across the year that would be visible from any window. They are put into the assessment, and there will be a number of sunspots that you can see with the brown buildings in place, and there will be a number that you can see with the green buildings in place, and that's the difference that we're looking at. So just to touch on a point that came up earlier, in terms of the existing levels of daylight. So we're applying these tests to the Macintosh as it was with the O2 ABC buildings on site. A number of the windows and rooms that we're assessing already receive quite low levels of daylight and sunlight. So for context, 54% of the windows fall below that 27% BRE recommendation. 41% of the rooms, 54% meet the VSC target. Just to be clear on that, meet, not fall short. 41% of rooms meet the NSL target, and 92% of rooms meet the APSH target. So in applying these, I suppose there's 2 points to take out of that. In that existing levels are already quite low, and in a tightly constrained, dense urban area like this, it makes it particularly difficult to maintain those existing levels. So if we go back then to the contextual considerations and that balancing point of daylight to a sensitive building such as the Macintosh, and enabling a site that basically requires the development to come forward, that is essentially what you're dealing with. That's the balancing act.
Thank you very much. I'm just checking that you've fully touched on the matter regarding the what was raised by GSA, by the School of Art, at item 4 of section 2.8 of its hearing statement, where it was talking about calculations being made on the main or best performing windows in spaces with multiple windows. Have you said all you want to say on that? Oh, yeah, please do.
So that statement isn't correct. We don't do that. We look at all of the windows that serve the room and assess the sunlight within the room on a basis for the room rather than by window, as it allows you to understand what the levels of sunlight are within the room. So there's within the BRE guides, the document APPO3, that's page 25 and paragraph 3.2.8. I won't read out the entire quote, but it states, if the calculation model used does not avoid double counting of sunlight through multiple windows, the annual probable sunlight hours for the best sunlit window should be taken. So what we do in our calculation model is consider all of the windows within a room. If there are any double counted sunspots, we will remove them to avoid any betterment or overstatement of results. So what you have when we assess a room is all of the windows that can see all of the spots that only that window can, and that allows us to report on the amount of sunlight that will enter that room.
I suppose I'm going to go across and allow any points to be raised from the other side of the table before I maybe come on to my own questions, but they may be asked by yourself, so I'll let you have the opportunity first.
Thank you. And I think fully appreciate, BRE 209 is a guidance document. It's presented there as a guide to site planning and layout. It's not a standard. It is seen as an approach that is widely adopted by local planning authorities as a way to measure the potential impact of proposed development on a site. It is very much itself based around residential properties. It states that this document is about understanding the impact on residential properties and what they may experience, and some commercial properties. And there's always a bit of ambiguity around what some is in there. Schools are mentioned as a particular case. The recommendation, the guidance that are in there are based around that. You can only defer to that idea that the target criteria that you present, and appreciate we might come on to the target criteria later, are based around what may be considered adequate from a residential perspective, or adequate or noticeable in the loss of impact from a residential perspective, as opposed to space where we're talking about specialist character or significance in terms of the impact on the interior space. We're not disputing, no. It is absolutely the first step where we should start on any overshadowing assessment or daylight availability assessment, but it only really considers the impact on the outside box. And actually the detailed understanding of what happens beyond that, it should then trigger, in my mind, a more detailed assessment that would quantify and understand what may impact the changes would be. Mention has been made to the Reed building earlier and the impact on the north facade. I worked on Reed building. I did an overshadowing assessment on that building at that time. We also then went on and said, well, what's the impact on colour and quality in that space? So we considered what the reflection of light off the glazed building of Stephen Hall's rebuilding would be on the internal quality. That's what I mean. There's a base assessment you'd start with, then what comes beyond. So vertical sky component is an impact of daylight that may be available, or skylight that will be available at that space. The no skyline considers the utility on the working plane and the availability to see the sky from that working plane. And then the sunlight talks about, tries to pick up the availability of sunlight over the year, noting that some parts of that year in the winter may have less significance or may be more likely to be overshadowed. But it doesn't necessarily determine what the quality of that space would be. And it doesn't determine the transitory nature and dynamic nature of daylight in those sorts of important spaces. So I think so we're not disputing that BR 209 is a great place to start, but what we are starting to say is it's sufficient to determine the impact of quality on those interior spaces. I think that's the main part of where we go. And whether that be on transient in nature, the internal layout or finishes, and actually the nature of how Macintosh intended those spaces to be, the library being of dark colours and mahoganies and a really deep contrast use of that, and the opening sizes. And actually really about how he's used that to create those ideas of brilliance and moments in space that are different. So it's those character assessments that are important as opposed to the quantity on the envelope.
Okay, so before I come back to yourselves to ask a couple of questions regarding the targets there, standardised versus to specific sensitivities, can I just get confirmation? We've just heard there about how difficult it can be to preserve, in particular, the daylight during the winter months, especially in a built environment. I'm assuming that's even harder in the north. The further north you go, the sun's going to be lower in the sky. Unfortunately, am I right in considering that you work to a winter curriculum, and it's the winter months where the school will be, you will be operational over the winter months? Is it like a normal sort of curriculum, September through May?
Well, we work all year. We've got graduate students, which is increasing. We've got summer schools, so we've got research going on. So we're all year.
Okay, no, that's fine. It's just so that I can understand how appropriate the annualised hours is versus the winter. And it seems that if you're working all year, then that's. So would you like to come back on, in particular, the consideration that was given to the special character and the sensitivities of a gallery space potentially? We've heard that the corridors, the brief says that they needed to be well lighted. They've been used as almost gallery space for people to observe artworks. So, and we've heard how important light was to the brief. Do you think those targets are appropriate to a building such as the Macintosh building?
I will go back to the point I made. I don't want this to seem as though it's a caveat, because I do agree that the targets are only one point of looking at this. Yes, absolutely, as a starting point, if we do consider those, I'll say it again, wider contextual matters that you do have to take into account. The guidance is designed primarily to assess daylight to residential buildings. That would ordinarily be considered most precious light. The Macintosh building, obviously accepted, because it's people's homes, it's where they live and where they spend all of their time, with their family. So the targets haven't been designed based on a secondary use, and we're sort of applying them incorrectly to a building of significance. They are based on residential use, which is a massively important use and a very emotive use. More specifically, we have applied those targets very sensitively to the spaces in the Macintosh building. To put that in context, we've undertaken 29 technical assessments over 2 and a bit years that we've been involved in this, for varying different purposes, but always with the aim to try and get a scheme that was viable for the applicant, whilst preserving as best as we possibly could the levels of daylight and sunlight to the Macintosh. So our approach to it hasn't been flippant in any way, shape or form, and our advice never is. We have approached it very sensitively, with due consideration of the flexibility with the target, but also that this is, it's a very important building that we're affecting. One point just to make in addition to that, specifically with regard to the corridor spaces, again back on that presentation that I put together for Glasgow City Council, they are, the basement corridor in particular, but both corridors are very low down the building. They are recessed, so the projections on that south elevation mean that they limit the levels of daylight that already enter those spaces. So none of the windows serving those areas meet the BRE criteria in the existing scenario. So with those brown buildings in place, and again, if we come back to the point, this is a city centre development site, it makes it incredibly difficult to preserve light to those spaces. What we have done is our utmost to try and do that and take as much consideration of the windows and rooms that the GSA advised us were of special importance at, basically at the outset of our involvement.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to give you one last, I think you've made the points and I think I understand the positions, but I'm just going to give one last opportunity for you to respond in any way before I move on.
Two very quick points. One, you talked about lots of studies and different options and presumably massing options to work out how different masses would affect the daylight to different parts of the Macintosh building, which we've not seen. So we've only really seen one mass, and as designers of buildings, we know there are an infinite number of ways you can mass a building, and all of them will have a very big impact on how the light gets to the Macintosh building, particularly to the west end of it. So that's one point. Dan.
I was just going to say, I think your point there actually is quite important around if the existing, and we acknowledge that the window openings there are smaller and they've been designed like that by Macintosh to control the light into there. If none of the existing windows meet the current criteria, then trying to measure it against the current criteria is not the right metric to base character on. And actually, that's the point there. Is actually what's the alternative approach to benchmark what you're doing, which may not be BRE209 or BR209.
Okay, thanks. I think I understand the position of parties, and unless, again, I like to give the applicant the last. I mean, there's the closing submissions, so you can ruminate on these, and again, the information that's been put before us today. We'll maybe have a brief exchange in terms of whether or not you'd like a separate exchange of views on this information before we go to closing submissions.
I think it would be good in terms of that document to know what's new and what's not. Because obviously we've been taking through various figures, etc., in the document which obviously are new, but there may be existing stuff in there that's already been submitted and considered. So
yeah,
it'd be good to know in the first instance, in terms of what we need to respond on, because obviously the whole thing's been submitted. It's not just what's been discussed today.
Yeah, well, what I'll do is I will do a round of further submissions when I get back to the office, in which point I'll ask you to submit this document with an overview of what's new and where things have come from, and then I'll give parties a time to exchange, to come back to me on that, and then we'll start the clock on the closing submissions after that point. I think that'd be fair for all parties. Okay, so thanks very much.
Can I just make one last point, that whilst the results of varying 29 studies that have been undertaken haven't been shared with the art school, we have throughout the process shown and indicated alternative massing options, not least the fact that public consultation 1 had a different massing solution to the actual submission.
Thank you. Okay, so again, it's another area of disagreement. I think I understand the position of parties on all of the points we've discussed, subject to the exchange there that we've just agreed. And I'm going to then, what I'm going to suggest, because of time constraints and the fact that we've agreed closing submissions, I'm going to suggest that the other matters raised within the hearing statements of parties is not dealt with just now, because people can respond to any of those matters that have been raised within those closing submissions. So what I would suggest we do is, rather than that, skip to point 6 on the agenda, I'm losing my my way, but we'll get there. Which mainly looks like before I move on to the arrangements for the site inspection, are there any other relevant matters anybody would like to raise, not relating to the hearing statements of other parties? No? Okay, so for tomorrow's site inspection, I've suggested that we commence that inspection at 10 AM. I think that was okay with parties. Is that okay for parties? Yeah. Okay, so given the nature of the site, as you appreciate, numbers will have to be restricted for health and safety reasons. As I understand it, the case officer has been liaising with you, and it was agreed that 3 representatives of each of the parties could be in attendance. What I'd suggest is that we conclude our discussion when today's hearing sessions are closed, so there's no further discussion on site regarding the merits of the case, so that the site visit is much like a normal site visit. The purpose of that visit will be for myself to better appreciate the condition of the building, its relationship to the appeal site, and potentially for parties to point out any physical features that they've already referred to in the evidence or that we've discussed. If parties do have any particular feature that they intend to draw my attention to, what I'd ask is that you highlight this now, if possible, just in order that other parties on the other side of the table know who to send, just to make sure that they're comfortable with the process that's going and that the right things are being pointed to. And just so that I can prepare my notes and make sure that I do look at everything that parties want me to look at. In terms of clothing, I'd suggest sturdy shoes, of course. I've done that myself, and functional clothing. Don't be offended if I turn up in jeans. My local dry cleaner would not be my friend if I come out in my work clothes to a building site. Can I just check there'll be PPE for
Yes,
attendees?
there will be.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll start with the applicant. Are there any particular on-site things that you'd like to draw my attention to? Any physical features? Or are you happy with me just referring to my notes and looking at things myself? Council? Okay. Yeah, and the School of Art?
Yeah, we think there are particular spaces that it would be good to see and get an understanding of, and a procured route through. So coming in, you'll enter into the basement, because that's where the main floor still is. Walking along the basement corridor, we can look up at the windows that exist on the south elevation, the ground floor corridor windows, etc., and the first floor corridor windows. And then we'd like to take you up the stair to the loggia, which still exists, and onto the second floor level, which still exists. And then after that, we could go onto the scaffolding around the back elevation, and that would give you an impression of that relationship of the existing buildings and the Macintosh building.
That's perfect. Is there anything additional that HES would like me to say?
I think in addition to that, I'm not sure whether it's possible to get in, but those 2 basement studios, because that's been quite a subject of discussion already, I think it would be worth getting into those as well.
So is the applicant happy with that suggested route and those items to look at? And are there any other additional things that you'd like me to take into account? I will be, before that, in the vicinity, so I'll be doing an unaccompanied visit of viewpoints again. I've already been around all the viewpoints looking at setting. We'll speak more on setting later, but in fact I'll raise it during the next session if there are any specific viewpoints or things externally that you'd like me to have a look at. I'm sure I've already looked at them, but you never know. It's best to catch me while I'm here. Okay, so thank you very much for that. And thanks to everybody for your contributions today, and for the comprehensive hearing statements. As I said, it's really allowed us to get through what was a significant amount of complex material in 3 hours, which is ideal. Following this afternoon's hearing session and tomorrow's site inspection, we'll go through the exchange on this document. I'll have the case officer send out a timetable for that. It'll generally be 7 days for yourselves to submit and then I think we have to give a minimum of 14 days for you to come back. And then what I'd suggest then is that we start the clock on the closing submissions at that point, so that you're fully aware of the position of the applicant on this information. And then at that point, I think I'll have all of the information that I need to draft my report for ministers. However, if I need anything else, I will let parties know. The target date for me submitting my report is the 4th of May, but even with this process that we've agreed today, I would hope to be in a position to complete the report well in advance of that. And with that, I'd like to thank everybody again and bring this morning's session to a close. I know many of you I'll be seeing this afternoon as well, but please do enjoy a stretch of the legs and some fresh air, and I'll see you all at 2. Thank you. I'll speak on that again in a few minutes, but firstly I'm going to ask people to introduce themselves. I'm quite sure that people were in the room earlier, but if you weren't, or if you missed my introduction on the microphones, it's a simple, you press it to start speaking, you press it again to stop. If you need to move them, if we move it by the base, that'd be ideal. So we'll start with those representing the applicant. Thank you.
Stephen Stewart, planning partner at Shoesmiths.
Michael Beattie, Director at GIA, looking at daylight and sunlight.
Murray Henderson, Architects, House Architects.
Helen Turnbull, Senior Planner, ICNE Projects.
Ian Gallagher, Director, ICNE Projects.
Nick Walker, Director, Built Heritage and Townscape, ICNE Projects.
Aidan Ball Albasar, Built Heritage and Townscape, ICNE Projects.
I'll now go to the council.
Hi, I'm Sarah Shaw, Head of Planning at Glasgow City Council.
And Nicola Marr, Case Officer at Glasgow City Council.
Thank you very much. Before I come to the new participants, I'll just go to Historic Environment Scotland and then to Glasgow School of Art. Thank you.
Louisa Hum, I'm the Case Officer at Historic Environment Scotland.
And Tom Parnell, Deputy Head of Historic Buildings at Historic Environment Scotland.
And I'm Eleanor McGuinness, Director of Estates and Infrastructure at Glasgow School of Art.
Thank you. Elizabeth Smith, Purcell Architects and Heritage Consultants.
Jim Grimley, Sauchiehall Architects.
Paul Adams, Partner with Thornton's Law.
Terry Porter, Porter Planning, Planning Consultant.
Dan Lister, Director, UK Lighting Practice Leader for ARIP, on behalf of Glasgow School of Art.
Thank you.
Reverend Jay Sutherland, Vice Chair of Garnet Hill Community Council.
Stuart Robertson, Director of the Charles Ray Mackintosh Society.
Paul Sweeney, Member of the Scottish Parliament for Glasgow.
Dr. Ailsa Boyd, Architectural Historian.
Thank you very much. So again, I'm pretty sure that everybody heard this, but just for the record, in terms of housekeeping, the toilets are by the elevators. You've seen those. If the fire alarm sounds, it'll be a loud continuous bell. We're to use the staircases and not the lifts. They're on the way to the lift on the right hand side there. If you could ensure that your phones are on silent. In fact, I'll do the same because we've had a lunch break and it'd be terrible if it was my phone that was the one that went off. We'll move on. So again, you'll note that there is streaming equipment and microphones because we're streaming today's meeting. This will be available to view by members of the public after the event. In attending and participating, you're giving your permission for that recording and you're comfortable with that. If you're not, please do feel free to leave the meeting and you can rest on your submissions that you've already made. When it's your turn to speak, as I say, you can press the button and stop it. We got through this morning without any severe technical issues. I'd hope that'd be the case again, but we do have my colleagues in the room today to help us out. If we do come across an issue, sometimes the battery packs on these mics go. We'll just pause proceedings briefly. I've not planned a specific slot for a break again, but I'll identify an appropriate point to pause in about an hour and a half, or where we come to a natural break in proceedings. I'd hope the session will conclude by 5 o'clock today. If for any reason we don't get through the agenda, or it looks like we won't get through the agenda in that time, I'll pause the meeting and we'll agree a suitable time to follow things up in a virtual session as soon as possible. Again, if anybody needs a short break, please do just let me know and we'll look to pause at the first convenient point. Does everybody understand? Is everybody happy with that? Thank you. Okay, so in terms of the agenda for this afternoon, as you'll be aware, this oral session was arranged so that I can clarify some points regarding the potential impacts of the proposed development on the setting of the Macintosh building. For the avoidance of doubt, again, as was the case this morning, I'm interested in the condition of the building prior to being damaged by fire. My focus on the matters set out in the agenda doesn't indicate that other matters relevant to the case are necessarily less important. It's simply that I require additional information on the matters covered today to better understand the position of parties. For the sake of those that weren't in attendance this morning, and for those which are following along online and haven't been through this process before, I want to be clear about the purpose of the session. It's not the aim of the hearing for one side to convince me that their opinion's right and the other person's opinion is incorrect. The purpose of the hearing is for me to fully understand your position so that I can accurately relay that to ministers so that they're fully informed when they take their ultimate decision. Again, you'll no doubt hear things today that you don't agree with on matters that you might be passionate about. It's important, however, that parties are given space and opportunity to communicate their view without interruption, and I'd just ask that people treat others the way they'd like to be treated themselves. Before we get underway, I wanted to take the opportunity again, like I did this morning, for the comprehensiveness of the hearing statements. They've been very useful in allowing me to understand the position of parties, along with the initial submissions that were submitted in support of the proposal. There are a few matters, however, as you'll see from the agenda, where I'd just like a little more information. I'm not going to ask people to read out their statements at this point. People will be given opportunity to speak. You'll see from the agenda where I'm intending to come to people to interject or to take part in the discussion. But if there's any point where you'd like to say something, just raise your hand or get my attention and I'll make sure I come to you as soon as I can. Does anybody have any questions about the process before we start? No? Okay, perfect. So again, if we can just make sure mobile phones are off. Mine is off, so I can say it. We'll move on to item 2 of the agenda. So participants will note that I've separated this afternoon's session into 2 areas. Firstly, understanding the setting of the Macintosh building. And then secondly, identifying the potential impact of the proposed development on that setting. It's clear from the evidence before me that all parties acknowledge the importance of the building and of its setting. From my reading of the evidence, it doesn't appear to me parties are particularly far apart in their positions regarding the setting of the building, and the main disagreement surrounds balancing the identified effects with the perceived benefits, and of course those don't form part of today's discussion. So the Macintosh building's Category A listed building of international significance, and as I say, this isn't disputed by parties. The building occupies a steeply sloping site with restricted views from the south in the direction of the application site. The applicant has undertaken a Townscape and Heritage Visual Impact Assessment which considers the effects of the proposed development on the Macintosh building and on the wider context of the site. The application is accompanied by a suite of visualisations, which I have with me today. Hopefully participants have access to these, either physical versions or digital. If not, you will be able to watch back the hearing afterwards and refer to the relevant documents if there's any ambiguity. When parties describe specific viewpoints during today's session, I would appreciate if the viewpoints in the document are cited wherever possible so that we can find those and look at them together. Throughout the session, again, I'll be taking notes. I may ask people to pause or slow down. If I do, please bear with me. And remember as well, there'll be no cross-examination during today's session. Any relevant comments or questions that don't repeat a position already expressed will certainly be welcomed. However, these should be directed through myself. As I said, you'll see from the agenda where I intend to invite comments, and I fully intend to give people to comment on any point if they desire. I'm going to start this part of the hearing by inviting Historic Environment Scotland to describe the general setting of the building, Initially, in terms of views of the building itself, I'm particularly interested in the perceived importance of views towards the southeast corner, the south elevation and the southwest elevation, which are those views which would be most affected by the proposal. You'll see that we're going to come on to other elements of the setting as we progress through.
Thank you. So I don't have a huge amount to add to what we've put in our hearing statement and our objection letter, but I've got a few extra points to add, and if you've got any kind of specific questions, then you can ask me. So the first thing that I would like to emphasise is that Glasgow School of Art is a building that people want to look at, and views to it from most angles are partial, and good viewing points are not easily found. But these are views that people value and seek out, and I think that that was evidenced by the large number of objections that were made both to this application and even more so to the application that was made in 2016. The setting of Glasgow School of Art is urban and it's changed over time, and this is usual for a building in Glasgow city centre, and I'd like to emphasise that we're not averse to change at a sympathetic scale. We've discussed the buildings that are around and about in the earlier session, so I'm not sure that I really need to go into that. But I'd say that the views from Renfrew Street, Dalhousie Street and Scott Street are essentially local, and that longer views from Scott Street and kind of the Dalhousie Street north of Renfrew Street are fairly limited and oblique, as are views to the eastern part of Renfrew Street, and you don't really get any views at all from the west part of Renfrew Street because the board-on building that oversails it. Because of its elevated position and relative height, better views were obtainable of the south elevation, and in particular the southeast and southwest corners. And I point to viewpoints 8 and 9 as sort of the kind of those points at the junctions with Douglas Street and Pitt Street, kind of looking towards the building, but also just as you come up those streets, so viewpoints that haven't really been provided, sort of halfway between points 8 and 10 and 9 and 11, so at the junction with Sauchiehall Lane, those are really that's really roughly the place where you can get the sort of maximum view towards the kind of south elevation at each end. You also get longer views available down Blytheswood Hill from Douglas Street and Pitt Street. So those are viewpoints 10 and 11. And indeed, actually, you can go all the way back to St Vincent Street and still see the west side of southwest kind of end of the School of Art. But I'd say, as we wrote in our statement, it's kind of fairly incidental view, but it's nevertheless there that, you know, it does have a townscape presence. And I suppose also just worth bearing in mind that you also get views to the south elevation from the upper floors of the buildings that are, you know, basically all the way up the hill to the south. Obviously, those aren't public views, but they're still views that can be obtained and, you know, obviously enjoyed by the people in those buildings.
Thank you very much. So I do have a couple of questions that I'd written here, but you've kind of touched on it. I was obviously thinking that there will be elements of the building's setting in terms of views of it that won't be affected by the proposal, including those of the principal elevation from the north and along the street. But as you say, they're quite oblique views. Yeah. So how significant are the views towards the building from the south, would you say, when compared, for example, with these other views?
Well, obviously the north elevation is the front elevation, so, you know, and the south of elevation is the rear elevation, but I mean, that's just a bit obvious to state. But I think really the point that we would make is that people want to see all four sides of this building. and we described in the earlier session, you know, how each elevation is quite different one from another. And yeah, so I think that the fact that the south elevation isn't the front doesn't mean that people don't want to look at it, even though it's undoubtedly a secondary elevation.
Thank you very much. So, can I just check at this point then, bearing in mind the upcoming points on the agenda that people have noticed, whether or not any other parties want to add anything to what's been said there in terms of views of the building, or is it the position of parties that this is generally agreed with and accepted? I'll start with the applicant.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a point that this is very much a building that is viewed in the round, and there is a hierarchy in terms of views, which is related to one side of the building being the north elevation and the front of the school, and the other side being what was intended to be a back for the building, and was always to be seen amidst other existing structures along Sauchiehall Street, anticipating that the townscape of the city was likely to change. And in thinking about that, we need to think about the changes that have happened to the townscape around the building, which has impacted the views from the west with the Bordon building, from the north with the Reed, and the other important point to make is that the setting of the art school at the moment is very much impacted by the ruinous state of our own sites that we are here to discuss, which should be taken into consideration.
So I think, as Historic Environment Scotland said there, they did accept that the principal elevation, this is a secondary view, but it is of interest nonetheless. Yeah. Does anybody else wish to add? I'll come to you in a second. We'll go to School of Art first, then I'll come to yourself, Reverend.
It's just in relation to the south elevation. The south elevation isn't equal across the extent of the south elevation, and the southwest corner of the elevation, which is relevant to the views from Pitt Street that will be obscured by the proposal, that needs to be read in conjunction with the west elevation. They're a pair of elevations that should be read together. It's of exceptionally high significance. It may be the back of the building, but it is of exceptionally high significance.
Thank you. Reverend?
Thank you. Just to say, it's been said that the building is to be seen in the round, and the view from the north on to the front of the building, as it's being called, is, you know, up close and personal. The view from the distance up the hill to the Macintosh is the castle view, where it looks like an ancient keep. And I think that hasn't really been stressed, that, you know, this view from the distance, this very austere castle keep view, is what is seen from the distance. And up close, as you're going up Scott Street, the detailing of the conservatory, some very cheeky little details that are up close and personal. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to add? Yes, Mr. Sweeney.
I just think the hierarchy of views, nonetheless, every view of this building is of an international significance to Glasgow cityscape. That's the point. It's all relative, but the absolute fact fundamentally is every aspect of this building is important to the city, and regardless of previous development of the cityscape, we're talking about further diminution of it, which is unacceptable in this context. And actually, the current condition of the building and our aspirations nationally to restore it are even more essential to preservation of what currently exists. And actually, I remember on the night of the second fire, standing at the corner of Douglas Street and Bath Street, I actually bumped into a bouncer I knew at Bunker Bar who worked at the university when I was there. And he was one of the first people to phone in the fire because he observed the flames from that elevation as he was standing on the doorstep of the Bunker Bar. You wouldn't actually see that view properly with this proposal. So I think it just shows you, even in a time of crisis, you know, observation of this building is important to people, and it was significant even in a time of disaster. And I think it is important to highlight the sheer scale of it in the landscape, looking from the south, from areas like Blythswood Hill, do give it that you know, Scots baronial tower house kind of impression, and that would be diluted by the scale of this proposal. And you know, it's fine and well to say that the city has evolved, and it's a strong grid that normally can bear buildings of this scale. But the setting of the art school is so unique in that context, where historically it's always been relatively low scale buildings of around 2 to 3 stories maximum. In that city block, it would be a very fundamental shift in scale. And also, you know, if you want to use an example of equivalent significance, the Tower of London, you know, it's in the midst of a high-rise area of the City of London with lots of skyscrapers, but they've maintained a respectful distance with a key setting. You know, so I think we have to regard the Glasgow School of Art in that sort of pantheon of internationally significant buildings, and we shouldn't be so commercially driven about maximising scale in this context. It's also important to note that the council had approved in 2023 a master plan by 360 Architects, the Golden Z master plan, which indicated that their preferred scheme was some sort of terraced park or landscaped feature for the block where the ABC currently sits. So it's an interesting departure from what was viewed at that time by the City Administration Committee as an acceptable scheme for the site. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Mr. Robinson.
Yeah, just really following on from Paul's comments is I think something that is that the Macintosh building is a world-class building. It's a complete masterpiece and revered all around the world. As I highlighted in my statement, the Society worked between 2006 and 2009 on a World Heritage Plan for the Macintosh building and the whole house. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, but it's something we'd like to resurrect. I think we're looking at the area around that is quite important. That if there's any drastic changes to that, it would possibly nullify any future attempts to that building. I think that plays an important part.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll come to the applicants as the agenda progresses to talk about more on the potential effects on the building. So rather than come back on that now, we'll come back on that shortly. If you've got any specific notes to come back on the points that have been raised, you can bring them up as we get to that point. So thanks everybody for that. So I'm now going to ask HES to describe the wider streetscape setting of the building.
I am on the list of speakers.
Sorry, would you like to come forward? Apologies if you're...
There's no room at the inn.
Oh, sorry.
Post-Christmas. My name's Dominic D'Angelo. I'm here. I have an organisational interest, but I also have a personal interest as a local resident. The issue is that the back of the building is not just the back of a building. It's not the arse end of a Macintosh design. The fact that so many drawings are made of the rear of the elevation indicates its importance. And that whole point about the castle keep approach is important to keep in mind. Now, it might be said that to some extent, the view of the eastern rear of the building was rather given up when the 2.5-storey Dutch gable buildings were demolished and the ABC2 cinema was constructed. Nevertheless, the upper part of the western section of the School of Art is still visible from the street. Most importantly is the eastern end, principally because of the presence of the library. And this design appears to take no account of that in terms of lighting, which was addressed this morning, but more important in terms of visibility. And that is the major loss that would be incurred by the building being put up in the way as described.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask if any of the parties here have a space occupied that they think somebody may not be speaking, they could give that up for us so that Mr. D'Angelo can join us. Apologies for that. I wasn't aware that you weren't given a space. Okay, thank you. We may well have touched on some of these points, but I'll just stick to the order we've got here so far. So I'm going to ask you to maybe, at this point, describe the wider streetscape setting of the building and how it was intended to respond to other buildings of significance in the vicinity. Are there any key buildings the building was designed to be observed in concert with, for example, or is intervisibility with it between certain buildings of particular relevance?
Once again, I don't have a huge amount to add to what we've written, but I thought I could maybe helpfully clarify what we said about the relationship between Glasgow School of Art and Grecian, Alexander Thompson's Grecian buildings, which is the modern CCA building. So we're not aware that Mackintosh was particularly responding to that building. There isn't any evidence of him saying that. And as far as I know, we don't really know how he regarded Alexander Thompson. We do know that he was fairly disparaging of architects who apply classical forms to modern buildings. So if anything, he may have intended a deliberate contrast. And I think that that contrast is very evident. Well, I mean, whether he intended it or not, there is a contrast in the horizontality of Grecian buildings and the extreme verticality of the School of Art. So our point about those buildings is how they relate today and how people look for them, might look for them today. Mackintosh and Thompson are Glasgow's two most celebrated architects, the only two that have specialist societies dedicated to them. People are interested in their work, and this is the only place where you can see surviving buildings from the same place close at hand. And there are other places where you might see one in the distance, but as actually being able to stand in one spot and see both together, as far as I know, this is the only place that you're able to do that. I think just to touch slightly on views to the southeast elevation, as we discussed earlier and as we've said in our other written statements, the shops that were built in 1889, they were quite low, and there may or may not have been a potential expectation that they might be replaced at some point. And as I said earlier, the site directly behind them appears to have been vacant. So there was potentially, Mackintosh had to provide for potential to build against the gable there. But I do think that the kind of the east part of the south elevation, what Mackintosh managed to achieve there with a really minimal amount of detailing, a sort of quasi-dormer and a bit of parapet, and turn that into a castle form, that's quite amazing actually, the effect that he managed to achieve there with some very cheap detailing. So I think that saying that view is, and not anybody that really has, but the focus is so much on the western half of the south elevation, I wouldn't want to kind of say that the southeast one is also not really important.
Okay, thank you very much. Would any other parties like to add anything about the streetscape setting at this point? I'll maybe start with the applicant, the relationship, or whether or not the building's intended to be viewed with something else, or if there's specific intervisibility of key importance that I should be taking note of.
I think the most important point that we can make here is that ultimately, from an architectural context, it's never been static. So from its original completion, the site in front of it has changed holistically, as we talked about earlier this morning. And that actually, since the building's completion, the scale, the skyline and the enclosure of Sauchiehall Street have changed repeatedly also, including tall commercial buildings, cultural buildings, and they already mediate views and have done for a long period of time. Our proposal responds to this reality by redistributing our mass, by stepping back where views are more sensitive, and avoiding direct competition with the building's principal elevation. So we've deliberately lowered scale in the east, acknowledging that detailing to the uppermost gable of the eastern part of the Mackintosh building. Again, we've lowered and reduced the scale to the west, recognising the importance equally of it in its own hierarchy as a building elevation. So I think more specifically, we've tried to ensure our viewpoints don't try to significantly impact whilst accepting that they will impact views.
Can I just invite the... sorry, I'll go on to yourself first.
Yeah, just to add that the views of the eastern end on the south and of the western end on the south are still visible from certain points in the surrounding townscape. They're not the same, but they are visible, and certainly the detailing at the top of the east part of the south elevation has been taken into cognizance when the building on the proposed building on the site has been designed. Equally, there are views from Pitt Street, but those views from further south on Pitt Street are changed, but specifically those views at the junction of Pitt Street and Sauchiehall Street very much take cognizance.
We'll come on to the impact of the development. At the moment, I'm just trying to establish how views of the building in advance of the development contribute to its special character and what's specific to its significance.
I suppose the only thing to add to that is evidently over the passage of time, the rest of the city has changed and has changed the views.
Mr. Robertson.
Just to follow on, Glasgow over the years has used Macintosh to promote the city in major forms, from business plans and tourism category. It hasn't always looked after the buildings, and I think there's an opportunity here to do something really special on that site, not student accommodation. I think people want to travel around the world to see this building, as Paul had highlighted. It's related to Frank Lloyd Wright in Chicago, Gaudi in Barcelona, and it really puts Glasgow on the map. And it's such a world-class building that to see it being degenerated and blocked off by poor design is quite appalling.
I understand the position there. Again, if I can just draw the focus onto the views at the moment that contribute to the special character of the building or are significant to its setting, and we'll come on to how the proposed development will affect that in the next section. I know it's difficult because we have views, but we'll just focus on the special character just now. Mr. DeAngelo.
Yeah, just to say that Macintosh may have disdained classical building, didn't stop him designing one when he wanted to win the Alexander Thompson Travelling Scholarship. This is the last point at which a Thompson and a Macintosh building can be seen juxtaposed next to another after the destruction of tenements in Queen's Cross and after the loss of the tenement building on Sauchiehall Street facing the Willow Tea Rooms. So it has an importance from that point of view, in terms of there. In terms of the changing landscape on the block, the importance is not to say, well, there are other buildings in other parts of the city that are very high and therefore we should have a very high one here. This is about the immediate landscape for the building. And the only large building on Sauchiehall Street adjacent to the School of Art is the Dental Hospital, which has a different line and does not intrude to the same extent, apart from the Bourdon building otherwise. But that's on the other side of the building, as well, from the one which we're considering. There are no volume buildings views of the south of the building under this proposal. What you get are tweaks of the top of the building peeking over what is intended to be constructed. And that, in my view, is a loss to architecture and it's a loss to Glasgow.
Okay, so sorry, yeah, Mr. Scotland.
Yeah, I just wanted to come back on the point that Murray was making around about the immediate context and the height, because actually if you take the 3 blocks, so the application site and the blocks each side, the height of those buildings hasn't really changed. Grecian Chambers was there when the School of Art was built, the McClellan Galleries was there when the School of Art was built, some domes were added to it in 1904, but basically that's a 3-storey building. And the frontage of the O2 building was, you know, that height hasn't really changed. I mean, obviously the dome was kind of more impactful, but the Jumping Jacks building is the same height as the ridge height of the shops that were originally on that site. So that's that kind of immediate context, and actually surprisingly on the east side of, the north side of Sauchiehall Street going back down to the east, it's surprisingly low rise. You know, there aren't that many buildings over 4 stories going back into town.
Some of that, I think, is because we've talked about the significance of the building itself as Category A listed and of international architectural significance. it of course is at the heart of a conservation area as well, and that control, whilst it's true that the urban context has changed a lot, the control over heights is partly because of the control device of the conservation area. And we've outlined in the statement how the conservation area appraisal describes the monumentality of the Glasgow School of Art as a moment within that conservation area, and it's that too that contributes to its special architectural character.
Thank you. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask HES to talk me through the key views from the building that it's considered contribute to its special character. I don't need to see the visualisations or anything at this point. I just want to ensure I have everything noted. Obviously, we've already spoken on some of those this morning, so a list would suffice.
So we've got the lodger clearly designed to provide views out over the city, and the views are really quite extensive to the south, to the southeast and the southwest, so you've got angled views as well as straight over the rooftop of the existing buildings. And on clear days, the views out from the lodger, you know, they're really quite extensive, and you're looking out to the hills beyond the city. And you know, basically it's kind of the natural topography that bounds those views eventually if you've got a clear day. So, and I don't think, in kind of thinking about the lodger or indeed any of the other kind of views out of the building, I don't think it's a relationship with a particular building that's the point. It's rather the extensive view of the cityscape. That and then the hills beyond that's important. So you can get similar views from other windows along the upper stories of the south elevation, as somebody mentioned earlier, from the staircases and also partly from the hen run. But those spaces are less well equipped for actually stopping and drawing or sketching or whatever. I think I've said earlier that the hen run was designed for students to work in as a sort of fairly informal space, was originally furnished with 2 tables and a sink. But the museum roof, so that's the roof over the main staircase, that partially blocks the view directly south. So an average height person could maybe see out the tops of the buildings on the skyline, but you can't see down into the street. And so it's more kind of a view of the sky. And I think if you were sitting down at a table, you really wouldn't be able to see anything at all there. So it's really only from the east end of the hen run that you can actually sort of kind of look round the museum roof and actually kind of see down onto Sauchiehall Street and down onto the kind of more immediate public realm. The views out of the library, and that's shown in the applicants' submissions and the stuff that the Glasgow School of Art have submitted themselves. That views over the rooftop of the O2 building with limited views down onto Sauchiehall Street and Pitt Street and kind of looking up the way as well. So we think that the visual connection to the city is important, but for us the main consideration from the library is the loss of the skylight and direct sunlight rather than the kind of particular view.
So
just for completeness, can you advise me whether there are any key views from the building that wouldn't be affected? Just thinking about the building and how it relates to the wider environment, just so that I can put into context the importance of certain views or how they contribute to the overall character.
Do you mean views kind of from the other parts of them, like looking out north and that sort of thing? So, I mean, at the moment, I don't think you can really see anything beyond the building opposite from the north, and I'm not sure that you ever really would have been. East and west, I'm not so sure of, but once again, I think mostly they're looking towards the buildings opposite. I think that because the way that the windows are all on both elevations are kind of on both gables of the east and west gable are kind of predominantly at the southern end of the building rather than kind of views sort of down Renfrew Street would not have been so easy to get. So there's nothing that I'm particularly aware of. I don't know if the School of Art might have better understanding of that, but not that I'm aware of.
I think the library balcony window, you get a great view out over the city. Senior architecture gets a pretty decent view as well. So they will now be looking at the back of the application building rather than at the city. There is still, of course, an oblique view down to Sauchiehall Street from those, but a large part of its view will be obscured.
Does the applicant have anything to talk on important views from the building, or do you largely agree with what's been said? Taking aside the impact on the views, just acknowledging which views are important to the building.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've talked at length the importance in hierarchy of rooms, so the impact of what those views are is a separate question.
And just to bear in mind again, those original views would have been out over the Clyde Valley and towards chimneys and church spires. Many of those views have been affected by the changing nature of the city. Just wanted to pick up on what you said, Louisa, about the north elevation. Given that the original context of the School of Art was 3-storey townhouses opposite, which were lower than the MAC and significantly lower than the Reed building. So there would have been views out towards the north of the city when the building was originally built.
Okay, remember, we're not having I know it's a very mild cross-examination, but I'm going to keep you in order there. But yeah, if there's anything you'd like, if you'd like to answer, that's fine.
I think, well, certainly from phase one, I think if you were actually standing, I don't think that in one of those first floor studios, I mean, they're hugely high. So unless you were up a ladder, I don't think you'd have any chance of seeing over the building over the top. I'm not so sure about the kind of top story, the attic story that was added. I'm not sure about that. I don't think that those views exist now, and they haven't for a long time, because before the Reed building there were other tall buildings there. So, but yeah,
I
don't have much information on that, I'm afraid.
I understand that it's an evolving context, and I understand that not only the built form immediately around the building has evolved over time, but also the views, as you say, have evolved. It's still a view of the city. I think people will accept, albeit a modern city. Would anybody, Reverend?
Thank you. I would just like to say, as a student who spent 2 years studying in the MAC building, that the loggia and the hen run, the fenestration there is set up as a perspective grid. And it's actually a teaching tool for studying the depth of the landscape. And the upper stories, I agree, you can't see Sauchiehall Street, but you can see the south side of Sauchiehall Street, the architecture there, right the way out to the hills in the south. So there's a tremendous depth of cityscape and countryside beyond that, which in the grid system of the fenestration up in the hen run and in the loggia would allow for the teaching of perspective drawing. As Mackintosh intended, the entirety of the building is a teaching tool in itself.
Thank you very much, that's really useful. Mr. D'Angelo.
Yes, I mean, the thing is that the southern view from the School of Art has not significantly changed since Mackintosh built it. There is one relatively small block that has been put in down towards the east. But other than that, you are looking across 1847, etc., through to the 1820s Blytheswood Square. And the roofscapes have not significantly changed, apart from an artist studio that was put up on one part of the tenements on Sauchiehall Street. The other aspect that I think is important is that the views from the building are not just important for the students who work and study there, it is also important for visitors to the School of Art once the building has been restored, which is therefore a potential loss in terms of the attractiveness of going into the building once it is a working school.
Okay, I'm going to take this opportunity now. We're reaching the end of this section of the agenda to just ask the various parties. I'll work around in a clockwise motion just to see if there's anything else that you'd like to add when it comes to just whether or not you consider that all of the relevant elements of the building setting have been identified in this first section. So I'll start with the applicant. And I'll work my way along the back. If anybody wants to add anything else to the setting at this stage, we're not talking about the impact. We're just talking about our understanding of the setting and how we've covered that so far. Everybody happy? Yeah. Okay, that's great. Thank you. So now we move on to the potential effects of the proposed development on the setting of the building. We've already touched on this in one or two places. And you'll see from the agenda that I've set out a series of bullet points to establish a structure for this part of the discussion. So I'm going to start by asking HES to describe its position regarding the effect of the proposed development on views towards the Macintosh building. Then I'll work my way around the table. I know that we've already touched on this slightly, so it's just how the proposal before us you think will have an impact on the views towards. And I do have my visualizations here if you want to refer to anything.
Right, so once again, I'm not sure that I'm going to be saying anything that we haven't said in our submission, so you can ask me to stop if you want to. But I think, so from, viewpoint 9, which is the towards the southeast part of the elevation, obviously there is, the application submissions demonstrate that there's quite a significant loss of view across the back elevation, kind of both of that southeast gable and across the further westwards across the south elevation. I think at the moment you can pretty much see up to the hen run. That's about as far west as you can see from that point. And as I said, when you go up the hill a bit, you can see, I guess you can see more height of the building, but you gradually lose the width that you can see as you go up the street. So, and I think that this viewpoint is showing that you're really losing the kind of the understanding of how that southeast return is kind of acting as this kind of castle-like feature on the building and how that actually works. And I think that one difference between this view, kind of this current proposal and what was proposed in 2016 was because the height, the mass of the building is at the street rather than stepping up the hill, that means that in longer views towards the building, there's more of a kind of blocking. So although you maybe get slightly better views close to, and the longer views you can see less because the height's at the front rather than gradually stepping up towards it. And then on the west side, so that is, hang on, lost it. Yeah, it's 8, yeah, 3.8. So once again, what you're losing is view. So, I mean, the applicants certainly would agree that they've done, made quite a big effort to expose that kind of western elevation, but the height of their building is then blocking the view towards the south elevation further back, so you can't see the lodger really at all from the streetscape anymore. And I think that's also demonstrated in the views that were provided looking out of the lodger, that you can't really see the pavement anymore, whereas at the moment you can. So I think kind of those two working together, thinking about what you can see from the inside, obviously that corresponds with what you can see from the outside. And so I think that's in terms of of what's getting blocked, and we also talked about the sort of visual effect of that large mass in relation to the western part of the School of Art, and the big library windows, which feel like they're losing their prominence and their sort of wow factor because you've got something else that's very big challenging them right next door.
Just bear with me a second while I catch up.
And I suppose just also thinking about those longer views that you get going up Pitt Street are also going to be less available. I think that's also shown in viewpoint 10 as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to go around other parties to see if anybody else wishes to add anything to our, on this specific point, and then I'll come to the applicant when everybody else has had a chance to raise something. Mr. D'Angelo.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we touched on how much of the rear view, the southern aspect of the building will be lost by this building. Including from oblique angles and across from Blytheswood Hill. There is, of course, an additional view that is being put into play, this notional added value from the ability of people to stand and break their necks looking up at the building from the rear court, from a viewpoint which was never intended, and makes no sense from a visitor attraction point of view, I would argue. This is a non-added value aspect. I think it just needs to be taken into account. There are other ways of allowing visitors to the accommodation to view the rear of the building from, as it were, the northern side of their building than the way in which they have envisaged, and ones which would make more sense, which they do not appear to have taken account of. Nevertheless, I wanted to pick it up because it is a notional added value in the proposal.
Thank you. We touched on that this morning. I do have a note here to invite people in this session to comment on that, so that's welcomed, your views on that matter. Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you. It just might be worth noting on your site visit tomorrow the particular importance of the Pitt Street perspective from further back towards Blytheswood Square, where you can note the balance of the scale of the Grecian Chambers, the Centre for Contemporary Arts, and what's left of the ABC cinema. They actually were balanced and offered a really good symmetrical view up to the art school and the library, the loggia, which would be entirely obscured from that perspective from Pitt Street. And I think that's a very significant perspective. For example, Muirhead Bone drew that perspective in 1911, which is one of the iconic sketches of the art school, something that's referenced very widely in the history of the building. And I think even alone that would be deemed as an unacceptable loss. And I think that's emphasised by, again, the Golden Z master plan, which highlighted that particular segment of the site at the western end should be treated much more sensitively, which hasn't been done to a sufficient extent by the current proposal.
Also, the current proposal, the way the height of the building matches the height of the buildings at the top of the hill, completely removes that aspect of it being on a hill. As we've talked about the castle on the top of the hill, there's now no longer a view of it stepping up. It's just this large mass, even though the top story is set back slightly. I'm not quite sure from where you would be able to notice that stepping back, because Sauchiehall Street is not a very wide street. It would only be from those long vistas down Pitt Street, and it would be this just enormous blander block that just removes that aspect of hillside.
Mr. Robertson.
Yeah, just carrying on again there, just from yours is that the height line, I think it's with the student accommodation plan for 8 stories high. It's 5 high on the Thompson design building in the CCA, which is directly to the west, and 3 high on the McClellan galleries. Juxtaposition with the art school is jarring, and again you're not getting that vista and that view out, and it's undermining the setting of the art school within the conservation area.
Thank you.
It was just really to pick up on Dr. Boyd's point about and it's been mentioned by several people, about the idea of the tower house on the hill, this prominent feature on the hill. And it's really an issue about size and relative scale. And that works because of the relative scale of its context. If you put something 8 or more stories adjacent to it, you immediately lose that quality. The relative scale means that quality disappears.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the applicant to respond to some of those points as you see fit, or to just direct me to relevant parts of your statements. If you'd rather just stand on what you've written, it's up to yourself at this point.
Yeah, I have a couple of points to make. I suppose the first one is really about relative scale and the importance of the section as submitted as part of the planning application drawings, which the Macintosh building that's sitting at the top of the hill is in fact now dwarfed by the Reed building across the street, further up the hill. And that our building is proposed, its greatest height actually sits further away in distance from elevation to elevation than the Reed building does to the north elevation of the Macintosh building. So that section quite clearly illustrates the relative scale of the 3 buildings in unison. In addition to that, I probably want to, it's important to recognise the views identified by HES are not always experienced uniformly or continuously. Many of those views to the south elevation and gables are oblique, partial, or indeed obtained from specific points. We've heard from many people already the Pitt Street view. If I draw your attention to the Heritage Townscape Visual Impact Assessment in the photograph on page 60 relative to view 14, that in itself highlights that there is a 12-storey building sitting in the foreground of that view, and so the reference to the symmetry of the Grecian chambers and the existing ABC2 is entirely lost already in that view. Secondly, I think the assessment of views needs to be considered alongside the existing condition of the site, which is widely acknowledged to detract from the setting of the Macintosh building currently. The current fire damage in active block interrupts the townscape and offers no meaningful opportunity to appreciate the building. The proposal replaces that condition with a coherent urban form that restores enclosure to Sauchiehall Street and reinstates historic urban grain. Third, and importantly, the proposal introduces new views towards the Macintosh building that do not currently exist. And we've talked a lot this morning about the importance and significance of the southern elevation and its hierarchy to the building and around. This publicly accessible courtyard allows the south elevation to be experienced as a part of the building's full form and massing, enabling a level of understanding of the building's relationship to its site and topography that has not previously been available. And that can only be a good thing. Glasgow City Council have recognised these new views as positive and compensatory element within the overall assessment, hence the recommendation. Taking these points together, the applicant's position is that the proposal does not remove the Macintosh's building from view, nor does it diminish its primacy. Instead, it reframes how the building is experienced, managing change through design, mitigation and public realm improvements consistent with the approach required by HIPS and MPF4.
I'm not going to go into a back and forth on whether or not I understand the position of parties and the disagreement on the pros of opening up the new view, and I am comfortable. I understand that. There's some points there that you've almost preempted my next points. So I'm going to give the other people in the room the opportunity. Oh, sorry. Before I do, I'll go back to yourself.
Yeah. Just to add, in terms of the views of the Macintosh building, the proposals don't impact the north.
Yeah, thank you. So what we've looked at there is people have discussed the effect on views of the building. So just to make sure that I capture everything, I'm going to give people the opportunity now to talk me through any effects on the proposal on the wider setting, not just the views of the building. Again, the interaction with other buildings or the scale of the building we've already kind of touched on, but I'm just trying to mop everything up and make sure you have opportunity to cover everything at this stage.
Yeah, I think I've said what I had to say about the relationship between Macintosh Building and Grecian Chambers, and I think that inserting this new building of such vastly greater scale is diminishing both of them and putting something, if you're standing at that position in viewpoint 9, that you've got something suddenly so much larger, you know, out of scale. I think that that is, you know, that is having an impact on the way that you appreciate both of them and the relationship between them. But I would say kind of particularly actually the School of Art itself and the southwest gable, and how you understand that, you know, I mean, the library windows are huge, and at the time they were made, that was quite a startling, you know, to have such long, tall windows, and you just, you know, you can appreciate that looking up the hillside at the moment, but I think in the context of a much larger building, and I do recognise that the applicants did change their fenestration design a bit to, you know, try and address this point, which we made to them at, you know, in the pre-app discussions, but I still think that, you know, the scale of that building against the School of Art just, you know, diminishes the original impact it was designed to have, looking down that hill or looking up the hill.
Okay, thank you. So during this morning's session, we discussed the effects of the proposed development on views from the building, and we've touched on that again, only briefly earlier in this session. But I'm satisfied that I have the position of the School of Art, Historic Scotland, and the applicant and the council when it comes to views from the loggia, and the hen run and the library. However, I would like to take the opportunity to invite those parties that weren't there this morning. I know Mr. D'Angelo has mentioned this, and there was the comments raised there by yourself, Reverend, about the grid, which was interesting, and we didn't hear this morning being used as a tool in its own right for perspective. But it's just to give parties the opportunity to say anything specifically on the views from the building that you haven't managed to say already. I think we've covered it, haven't we? From the building, yeah. Okay. So finally in this section, I think you've already touched on this as well yourselves. I was going to invite the applicant to raise any additional positive effects the proposed development would have on the setting of the building, to expand upon any points already made in the submissions. I know we've already spoke about the condition of the application site. I don't think anybody is against the principle of developing the site, given the condition of the site. It seems to me the disagreement lies in how the site is redeveloped. Everybody wants to see it restored or developed. It's just how is where the disagreement lies. But you did speak about the perceived positive effects of opening up new views, of improving the setting by restoring a derelict and a site that's an eyesore. Are there any other specific positives that you'd like to raise at this point with regards to the setting?
Yeah, sorry there are, I forget to press the button. I suppose I would start by, I suppose the obvious, removing the long-standing fire damage and vacant site that currently sits there, harming the setting. We reinstate a perimeter block, reinforcing the historic urban grain. We introduce a publicly accessible courtyard, creating new legibility of Macintosh's full form. We improve permeability and activity, security, replacing an inward-looking and active edge to the site. All 4 edges of our site are now activated, notwithstanding the challenge of topography. these changes improve the building, how the building's experienced in its urban context, and even some individual views change for the better. Critically, I think, consistent with principles of historic environment policy in Scotland, for Scotland and NPF4, the proposal has been developed to enable the sustainable conservation and long-term stewardship of the Macintosh building through a carefully managed approach to change. From the outset, the substructure strategy for our proposals have deliberately introduced standoff and offset piled foundations, reducing reliance on shared or independent ground conditions adjacent to the listed building, noting how intrinsically linked they are with the western side of the art school being built post the ABC building. This approach materially reduces construction and long-term risk to the Macintosh building when compared with the former ABC building arrangement, or any like-for-like reconstruction on the historic footprint, which we would require far more intrusive intervention between the two listed assets, and we'll see some of that from the site visit tomorrow. By informing the form of the building above from a risk-aware substructure strategy, the proposal actively supports a safer environment for the Macintosh building's reconstruction, aligning the national policy objectives that recognise well-designed development as a means of enabling heritage assets to be conserved, understood and sustained into the future.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna work around. Well, I'll just ask if anybody else on the applicant's side wishes to add anything before I work around the table.
I think just in terms of what Murray has already touched on, it is about bearing in mind that we have carried out the full HTVIA and assessed all of these changes and carried out a full historical search into the site and the adjoining site. We're aware of the unfortunate ruinous state of the Macintosh and the effect that it's had on the building on our site. As Murray touched upon, in essence, anything that gets built back on the site of the former ABC will have an effect because we're never going to build back what was there. And I think I'd just like to close with that. Really, I think in terms of the views that we have put together, we did touch on a hierarchy, and we did touch this morning on the fact that the school itself sits on the brow of a hill and very much within what was recognised as an education district at the time in 1909, and very much faced onto the hill and that context of Garnet Hill, acknowledging that the rear elevation had a different relationship to Sauchiehall Street, which was developing in a different way and was becoming more commercial, and was seeing tenement buildings replacing the houses that were there at the time. And furthermore, I suppose just touching on the way the proposals will have a wider effect, and we have touched on the Golden Z, and the Golden Z, which was approved at committee, I think, and incidentally does also reference PBSA as a suitable use for the site. But certainly that introduction of the new function at ground level in the food court will have a significant effect in revitalising the surrounding area and the creation of the Avenue of the Arts, and bringing footfall to a townscape which has had really difficult and challenging years over the last decade.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start at this end, and I'm going to work my way back around participants. This is your opportunity without just, we're not going to reach agreement, but if you've got any specific points on those positive effects, this is your opportunity to respond to them either with a counter position or to agree.
I just wanted to pick up a couple of things that the applicants were saying. I mean, they were talking about restoring the grid. You know, that's something that could be done with a building of any scale. And similarly, improving the setting by removing a derelict site. Once again, that could be done by improving, removing, a building of any scale. I think that, you know, they talk about never being able to build back what was there, but I'd question what the insurance situation was with that west end of the site, because presumably money would or should be paid out towards that. And so I would kind of push back a little bit against the idea that it's not possible to build lower. And I think we would ask why the finances around this site appear to dictate a building of this scale when a building of a similar scale was already refused previously.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think just to touch on the point of the courtyard very briefly, we welcome, of course, a stepping back from the south elevation. We've talked about the qualities of the south elevation. I think fundamentally, though, we believe that the south elevation's significance is intrinsically linked really to its dramatic topography on that site. We've talked a lot about how it's the Castle Keep elevation and how that is most prominent on the southwest corner of the library and on the parapets and the height of the south elevation. And I think the massing of the building by stepping forward and bringing the height to the very front of Sauchiehall Street is exactly the thing that has an impact on that significance of the south elevation in the local views and in the slightly more distant views that are shown. So it's that I think we're concerned by.
If I could just add to that, Louisa talked about the scale of the application. Liz has just mentioned the mass. There are undoubtedly other massing options that would have a less detrimental impact on the building, but still really is the same floor area.
Mr. D'Angelo.
Yeah, well, the tenements all predate Mackintosh. They don't post-date him at all. They were all there before Mackintosh got his hands on any pieces of stone or brick. The challenge is that the building as proposed overshadows the tenements opposite the Osborne building block from 1847 between Douglas and Pitt Street. It removes all views from the occupants of those buildings, of the rear view of the Mackintosh, which remains significant even with the construction of the 1960s ABC2 building, now derelict. The building is also out of scale with every other building in this part of the street. Given we are currently looking at developing the Sauchiehall Culture and Heritage District, the idea of Sauchiehall Street as an avenue of the arts, while welcome, is obviously going to be negatively affected by the sheer number of bicycles that apparently are going to be emerging from this building every morning onto a cycle path from the students and the cycle provision that is proposed, and then returning in the evening, at a scale which was not envisaged by the City Council planners when they developed the cycle paths in the first place. Nor does anyone consider the impact of people moving from the cycle path at the Woodlands Road end and at the Sauchiehall Street pedestrianised area, but on the traffic. Nor is there any consideration in environmental terms of the proposal to, unless the plans have changed since I last saw them, to take refuse out from the building across the pavement, across the cycle path, across the quotidian zone, onto the street in order to be removed, because they're no longer using the side access for refuse which currently exists against the ABC2 building.
Thank you very much. It's valid points, I'm sure, that have been made in relation to the proposal in general. I won't ask you to respond to these when I come back to you later, because position on, whilst they are relevant to the application, when we're talking about the special character, the impact on the special character today of the building, I appreciate there are discussions and representations before me regarding the impact on the conservation area, on other listed buildings in the area, and these are all going to be taken into account, along with economic benefits, with restoration of the wider town, with design in general. These are all going to be considered, but yeah, we're just keeping it focused today on that special character. Thank you. Reverend.
Well, it's really hard to know where to begin. I mean, I know that back in 2016, the much smaller proposal was knocked back, and I did speak about it in terms of it being a rabbit hutchery. This is an imposition of a gigantic, ghastly grey gulag in terms of the cityscape. And it's going to profoundly affect not just the Macintosh, but I'm thinking of, you know, the conservation area that is Garnet Hill that I represent, and particularly the residents in Dalhousie Street, who are going to be massively overlooked and overshadowed. And I think that you would find that there's a lot of the residents in Garnet Hill would rather keep the irresponsible abandonment of the site as it exists than to see this proposal go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Robertson.
Yep. Yeah, as has been highlighted before, I think every facade of the Macintosh building is important. It's a world-class building. The current proposed student accommodation poses a significant negative impact on the Macintosh building setting by obstructing views, potentially affecting restoration efforts and compromising the building's daylight and functional value.
Thank you. Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you. I think we're all in agreement about the nature of the wicked problem that is the city block and how to address its restoration in an appropriate manner. And there are conflicting pressures on how best to achieve that: commercial, public, private, community. And the regret really from me has been the lack of an overarching span of control to do that effectively. And I think that's where we've seen this paralysis since the second fire of 2018, both in terms of the progression of the art school restoration, but also how to move forward with the ABC site. And I do think it's important to highlight that we should not be rewarding, in my view, a lack of progress on the part of the ABC's owners in this regard, because I certainly am happy to submit it in evidence, a report, structural condition report, in the condition of the ABC building, commissioned from Narrow Associates, which is one of Scotland's top conservation accredited structural engineers, by GLR Trading Limited, who were tenants of the building. They operated the campus bar. The conclusions of that report in July 2019 were that, in our opinion, the main building framing and concrete floors behind the front section would not deteriorate to the point of demolition being the only viable option available unless over a very long time frame. We therefore do not consider full demolition of the building necessary at this point, and time lost in pursuing the same could still be made up with debris clearance and the removal of saturated board in the first steps and restating a usable shell to refit and resurface. The building could be rehabilitated to allow it to be used as before, or a change of use could be considered. Repairs to elements of the structure may be required, and so on. So clearly, like the owners of the current owners of the ABC jumped straight to list a building application for full demolition and persisted with that when there were alternatives that hadn't really been fully explored, despite tenants of the building seeking that remedy. And we've been ended up in this impasse for the last few years. So I think there is a wider contextual point here that other solutions to this site can be achieved in a much more balanced and harmonious fashion, and that it's a false choice to present high density PBSA of 9 stories or nothing as the only sort of binary options on the table here. I think what's needed really is government at all levels and all agents who have a role in this site to step up and work more coherently together for the public good, and that's really my position, which I'm happy to rest on at that point.
Thank you very much. Finally.
And following on from that, if we're really thinking about the context, and it's obvious from the documentation that so much research has been done into the history and area of this conservation area, but very little of that is evident in the design, this massive design that dwarfs everything around it. There's very little evidence of that now. The opportunity was there to utilise the listed bits like the ABC arch, which was demolished over several months, and you know, these little tangible pieces that were left in this destruction. If we're thinking about the intangible heritage that was left in a place where so many people had so much fun, you know, going to concerts and going to gigs and all sorts of things, and then it to be replaced with something that really is quite bland looking and doesn't encapsulate any of that joy, and which created such an interesting part of Sauchiehall Street through all this different development that went on throughout the 20th century. And as Paul says, you know, I don't see why this has to be, it has to be this or nothing. You know, obviously the area has to be redeveloped. It is a ghastly eyesore, but I think we need more options than this.
Thank you. The council, have you got anything you'd like to add at this point?
I suppose there's a couple of points of fact that might be worth mentioning at this stage, and we'll obviously call those through in our final observations later in the written comments. And I think the first thing was that the Golden Z has been referred to as a kind of adopted policy of the council. It certainly is a vision and a kind of overall strategy, but it's not a master plan for the site. So the drawings that were presented in that document are not a kind of officially approved master plan. They're a visualisation of something that could be put on the site potentially, but they certainly weren't a worked through proposal or any kind of formal parameter. So I suppose that's the first thing. And I suppose the second thing is, yes, I mean, I think it's important to remember that what we're looking at here, now I don't need to tell you this, really is that, you know, we're looking at the proposal in front of us, not potential other proposals. And so that has to be, you know, what we're focusing on. Of course, there are probably infinite number of other developments that could be put forward for the site. But I think in the council's view, anything that comes forward realistically in the kind of development industry that we have today, and anything will be of scale. You won't get a 2 or 3 story building on that site. Anything will be of scale. So, you know, obviously we can't comment on potential other detailed impacts of anything that comes forward for the site, but I think it's important to realise that it will be of scale. Thank you.
So before I go back to the applicant there, I want to thank you for your patience there. Obviously, we were focusing on the context of the listed building today and the effects, and people have been allowed there to extend beyond that into other matters that I'll be considering. And I just want to thank you for taking that on board and giving people the opportunity to speak in what's the only public forum that they're going to be able to speak. And so, because we're making such good time and we were close to the end, I didn't see any harm in allowing that. But I thank everybody for the position and the comments. I will give the applicant the opportunity there to respond to anything, if relevant and necessary. If not, you've got your closing submissions that you can make. But I'll go over to yourselves before we move on to the next element of the agenda.
I think taking your counsel, and we have, you know, let people absolutely air their views, which absolutely everyone's well entitled to, but I don't think I can quite help myself and allow the comments regarding the owners and the ABC, the applicant is Vita, and I think we need to be clear on that. We need to clear that there was a process of the way that unfortunately the listed building was demolished on Sauchiehall Street, and I know that we're not here to talk about that, but I think it's only fair that we respond, and we may choose to do further so in our closing submissions.
Okay, well, thanks to everybody. I'm now satisfied I understand the position of parties on these points, and I'm going to look to move towards item 4, where we're going to consider any further relevant matters. I think that we've probably exhausted much of this in our discussion already, but if there's anybody that would like to respond specifically, I'm mainly focusing on the people that weren't involved in this morning's session, to matters which were raised in the hearing statements on setting that they'd like to respond to. This is an opportunity for you to do so. I'll just work my way along the back. Is there anything that that you haven't had the chance to say today on setting that has been included within the hearing statement? I'll start with Reverend and then go to Mr. Sweeney, focusing on the setting.
If I understand that right, there were 2 things from this morning that I wanted to raise. One was about pollution and smog. I've lived in Garnet Hill for more than 50 years, and the smog line, the fog line, is actually Renfrew Street. So the most of the MAC will have been above the pollution, and this was raised with the last reporter back in 2016. And it's the same with the weather and the snow line. It's often absolutely at Renfrew Street. So you can look out from the Mac right across the city, even on a very foggy day, and see the spires sticking out of it. It doesn't go up as far as Hill Street. And the other thing about the lighting, direct sunlight through the south windows are like a sundial. It's particularly the winter light. It's not about ambient light, it's about a spotlight. And it's highly focused. And you can watch the transition of it in the depth of the room, the depth of the space, the depth of the transition spaces like the corridors. And I'm minded to think of Newgrange, burial mound in Ireland, where you've got the slip box, and on one particular day the light focuses right to the back on the solstice. And I think Macintosh used the sunlight, direct sunlight, particularly the winter light, in that way. And I don't think that that's been highlighted enough, because in all aspects of the building that get the direct sunlight into it, almost like the slip boxes, it brings in a directionality of a sundial. And I think that's a really key point for how it highlights interior bits of the building. And I think there's a doctoral paper in that aspect on its own, which I would very much like to have done, but unfortunately don't have access to the building. But I think it would take a couple of years to do that, to spot how that works, with the internal stained glass as well. And I think these things are important to say, and I don't think that they were covered clearly enough this morning.
Well, thank you very much on that. I'm going to go to Mr. Sweeney and focusing on setting, please.
Yeah, certainly. Just as a supplementary point as well, I think it's important to note it's been 70 years since the Clean Air Act of 1956, so a substantial part of the building's history has been in relatively clean air environment, so I don't think it's as important as was maybe alluded to in the earlier session. I also think it's important to note that the question of verified views and perspectives and modelling is really essential to proper consideration. And there was some ambiguity about how verifiable perspectives that were presented for the consideration of the planning committee and subsequently yourself have been undertaken. So it'd be good to verify those perspectives and views so that they are an accurate representation of what is proposed. And I think a lot of the disputes hinge on those perspectives and views to and from the building. I also think it's important to verify the true amenity of this proposed courtyard, because it seems to me that it's broadly about 20 metres in width for most of its length. Its closest point just under 5 metres, at its widest point around 30 metres. So the true amenity of that space, I have to question and how that will actually function as a public amenity, I think is also an important consideration. And is it balanced against the loss of significant vistas to and from the building from surrounding streets? I don't believe it's sufficient justification, but I think it's important to verify truly what that space will be used for and how it will appear and how it will be experienced. Because it seems like a kind of Mediterranean holiday resort in some of the perspectives. I don't think that would be true in one of the rainiest cities in Europe. So it'd just be interesting to understand more about that. But I think really that's the key issue, just verifiable perspectives. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we did touch on that this morning, and we discussed artists' impressions versus the more detailed and stricter visualizations from given viewpoints. So I think I'm comfortable that I have the information I need on that point. I'm just going to go to Mr. Robertson. Did you have your hand up?
Just
Sorry.
to add to the point earlier, which I know light was talked about a lot, the effects of it, and on the issue of daylight was an important part in the original design by Macintosh, and this proposed development will definitely have an adverse impact on the urban context.
Yeah, I took evidence on that this morning, so I'm comfortable now that I have everything I need on daylight. Thank you. Okay, so if there's anything that you'd like to respond to there, I do want to give you an opportunity at every point before I go on to the concluding remarks, but if you're happy to just sit on what's already been said today, you can do.
I just wanted to say thank you for acknowledging the HTVIA. Those views are the ones that should be referred to, and noting comments about the Clean Air Act. I suppose part of this whole issue is what are we assessing and when, in that it's a ruined building. We have been asked, and we've designed in accordance with the building of 1909, and we are thinking about that in terms of light. So yes, the air is significantly cleaner and has been for the last 70 years, but it wasn't at the time the school was opened.
Thank you very much. And thank you to everybody for your contributions today. It's been very worthwhile for myself, and I'm hoping it was cathartic for some of you as well. And thanks again for your comprehensive hearing statements, the evidence that's been provided. It's exactly what I need, and I'm comfortable that I have enough information, taking aside the further submissions we spoke on earlier, for me to tackle these points and to accurately relay the position of parties to ministers. Before I close today's hearing, I'll just take you through those next steps, especially for the people who joined us. So I've scheduled a site inspection for tomorrow morning for me to view the interior of the Macintosh building. Obviously, given the condition of the building, numbers of people that could attend were strictly limited. However, we have representatives of the applicant and the council who are in support of the development, and we have representatives, an equal number of representatives from the School of Art and Historic Environment Scotland. So I'm comfortable that in terms of representation that's balanced, and we've already discussed that at the end of today's session, discussion on the merits of the proposal are going to cease, so there'll be no on-site discussion. So you can rest assured that there'll be no further debate. Yeah, so I've invited the applicant, HES, the council and the School of Art to submit closing submissions to myself, and also to just provide a little bit of information on some additional evidence that I was presented with this morning. That will take a little bit of backwards and forwards. It shouldn't take too long. My target date for submitting a report is the 4th of May, although providing this goes smoothly, I would hope to be in a position to complete it well in advance of that. But yeah, with that said, I won't keep you any longer, and I'm going to bring this hearing to a close. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks.